siege. And so that's going pretty good. It's not really a volcano, but we are pumping lava from it. And then down here is a whole bunch of dead things which need to be thrown into the lava as well. Because all of my body parts just get thrown down into there from up here, through that little hole kind of in the middle of the screen. And what I do got to say is I'm rather amazed, although not that dwarf's corpse. Although all I have to say is I'm rather amazed that no Forgotten Beast has just flown in through that yet. There's been multiple flying Forgotten Beasts down there that have died, that I've killed in other ways. None of them have flown up and through there yet, which I'm kind of shocked about. So we're going to go work on...
Cheese for everyone!
Yes. We are also going to go work on coffins for over here, because we need coffins. So I'm going to promote those as well. But as far as the dwarves in the fort, we lost a lot yesterday, so if you don't hear your name called, you probably died. Razlime, Sounderbar, Mirror Hall Clay, Rolf, Farana, Redger, Stone, Snail, Mapetti, Harry is Gamer, Frog, of course, the illustrious Hrum-Hrums, Wait What, and Hops, followed by Cutest Ghost, and Hydra Slayer, who killed a Hydra. Not a username, but that's a nickname. B-Lug, the Elf Mayor. DJ Huxley, who was thrown in prison for 100 days for giving an artifact to a zombie, who's also an elf. We're watching you. And, of course, my new military that's currently being retrained. Why are... Oh, you are in a squad. Why are you inactive? There you go. So... that's the fort currently. As for the defensive system, the lava is pumped into this wall. It's the Great Walls of Lava, which means it must be real warm up here, yeah? Anyway, so the lava's pumped into this wall, and then I've got floodgates around the edges, and I pull the lever in the temple, and it opens up some of the floodgates. Not all of them. I actually need to go through and, like, fix that, but... You would like to die gloriously in battle against the goblins? Goblins? All right, well, I'll make you into a... militia captain, then, in that case. Tekud, pilot guy, is a glorious warrior who's killed a troglodyte once. Good for you. Hold on. Never mind. You would like to fight gloriously against goblins. I'm not going to give you the newbie. Well, I can do better. Hold up. Let's give you somebody a little bit more exciting. Not that militia captain. Let's give you Shem, actually. Shem. Shem. Pilot guy. Thanks, B-Lug. Cheers, man. Or cheese, man. So, pilot guy, you've killed 3 notable things. You killed a giant in 216, 2 goblins that were a goblin and a troll that were both important and named, as well as a blind cave ogre, a bunch of troglodytes, and some more a goblin and some more trolls. You don't generally feel anything, and she is exasperated after. She is exhilarated after a sparring session. Feels satisfied after teaching shield, and she was satisfied after teaching biting, and satisfied remembering mastering organization, but was ashamed upon her clothes rotting off of her body. It's a problem in this fortress. She is 63 years old, born on the 11th of Obsidian in the year 160, which is actually, because we started playing this world in 150, which is kind of neat. As we've done so many fortresses in this world now, time's moved pretty far. So this dwarf has been born since we started playing. Her nose is upturned, and her somewhat narrow, short ears have nearly fused lobes. She has a broad chin, and her very long hair is braided. Her eyelashes are short, and her eyebrows are slightly low. Her hair is pale taupe, and her skin is cinnamon, and her eyes are copper. Make cloaks and hoods and shoes, that's all you do? I mean, I keep getting, like, in situations where I can't. Anyway, it's been a long couple of years for this fort. We're working our way back to that, though. Being able to have a good supply of clothing. She sees those who attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. And she strongly values tranquility and quiet. And she sees power over others as something to strive for and is completely put off by the idea of friends and sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish. and she values peace over war, and doesn't particularly respect commerce, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She never feels hatred towards anyone or anything after experiencing trauma in 216, and she would never pass up a chance for a good fistfight. She is disturbed by this, since she values quiet, at least as an abstract concept. She is very slow to anger, and she can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She can be very single-minded, and she has an active sense of humor. She occasionally overindulges and doesn't focus on material goods, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She doesn't hang on to grievances, and she tends to consider what others think of her, and she has a tendency towards forming a deep emotional bonds with others, and she enjoys the company of others. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. There you go. I'm not going to worry about it. The clothing situation is kind of fine. It was a problem earlier on in the fort, but like, I mean, cloth looking like, yeah, I got 209 cloth. Like, it's improving. It's improving, although most of it's forbidden right now because everything in the fortress got forbidden because reasons. But yeah, we're sorting the cloth situation out. We actually have farming now, which is over here. Long story short, if you missed yesterday, we did have to lock all the dwarves in the tavern at one point. How's the fort going? It's a little burny, but, you know, it's mostly the baddies that burnied, so that's good. I need to build a better drain for this lava, but aside from that, fort's going pretty good. This is a Threatdweller. We're trying to get the queen. That's the goal for this fort. Also, fun thing, if I go to the faction, the Plank of Nations, the queen is now Elomino of this chat. Which is kind of awesome, by the way. So, who came from one of my previous forts, so, in this faction. So I'm looking forward to doing that. I don't take suggestions from you, but I appreciate the suggestion. That's not what I'm going to do, though. Spider Venom. Have I seen any Necromancer experiments in this world yet? I haven't attacked any Necromancer towers that fought back. I cleared 2 Necromancer towers in a previous fort with a different faction, and they didn't even raid us. We literally just attacked and won, and then attacked and won again, and destroyed everything that was there. And we did that twice. Except I think the second one took us 3 attacks. Anyway, like, I haven't actually been sieged by undead in this world. Although, I mean, with these defenses, we could. I need a better, more efficient way of draining it, but we could probably do that. Make that happen. I'm thinking about, like, making this slightly more roundabout. I'm thinking about giving them, like, maybe a tunnel that goes this way. That goes, like, over to here and then back down and around. Thinking about it. Hey, Reno. Sup? But, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to need to upgrade this at the very least. I know that much. I know that much. But this is starting to drain, so we can figure out how we're going to upgrade it. Kind of what I'm thinking about doing. Because I'm going to be honest, I still really want to have, like, the lava just flow out somewhere. I just don't want to go on that way. What I'm thinking is we maybe reroute this ever so slightly, extend this wall up to here, and have them go through here to over on this side, and maybe vent it out the front still, but also have a way of venting it out the side down here. Kind of thinking about that. What do you guys think, chat? Like, vent it out the side, vent it out on this side, like, have, like, maybe a lever here that's just titled Drain, and have some of it come out here and maybe flow underneath this rock, and have some of it just go out the back here. I think that's what we'll do. So some of it'll still, like, burn up and it'll still be entertaining, but it just won't burn the whole map down, hopefully. I'm thinking that's what we do. So I've obviously got to wait for a lot of this stuff to finish, you know. Although, I'm curious to see how long some of this charcoal's going to burn for. It seems to just kind of be burning, which doesn't seem great. I might need to pump some water somewhere to, like, get rid of some of this. Because currently, let's just say that this map is full of, Lignite. And that's what's burning in there. Lignite. This is primarily a survival game. I have a question, Reno. Have you never seen Dwarf Fortress before? Because Dwarf Fortress is, like, the original make-your-own fun game. It's the original, like, just build a base and play. I mean, you've heard of it? Okay. Well, I think survival game is selling it short because, no, it's a world simulator. It's a world simulator that has multiple ways that the player can interact with it. And one of the ways that the player can interact with it is... What are you doing? Fishing, okay.
The real OG Crypt Bear.
Because, like, there's three ways to play Dwarf Fortress. Thank you, Sama, for the whole year. Chat, can I get at least 12 beers for that? There's 3 ways to interact with Dwarf Fortress. 4 ways, technically. You generate a world, which generates hundreds of years of factions, history, books, forms of poetry, forms of music, gods, religions, mercenary groups, guilds, unions, multiple different factions for each race, with different political agendas, randomly generated monsters, night creatures, were creatures, eventually dragons, scatters them all around the world. It makes crafts, art, famous people, and keeps track of literally every single living entity in the world, from spiders to peasants in each village. So it generates that, and then you have your map. And then once you have this map, you can generate a new one if you want, or you can interact with this map in 2 different ways, 2 different main ways. And that's Fortress mode and Adventure mode. Fortress mode, you build a base of dwarves, which is what we're playing. It's the most popular mode. And Fortress mode is what's inspired games like RimWorld and Minecraft and geez, I'm blanking now. Every single base builder game of the last decade, basically. Fortress mode is like the big and influential one, right? Then there's Adventure mode. Adventure mode is Kenshi. It's an open world action RPG with a party system. It's a turn-based game because it's played more like a traditional roguelike. But Adventure mode is you just go on an adventure. You can be a bard, you can be a mercenary, you can be... It's kind of like Unreal World. I compare it to Kenshi because nobody's fucking played Unreal World. Lots of people have played Kenshi. And also, Unreal World doesn't have parties. At least the era of Unreal World that I played didn't have parties. Or I never got deep enough into Unreal World to find parties. It might have parties. But anyway, you can build a base, you could build a fortress, you can claim land, you can, go become a vampire and murder a whole village. You could murder a whole village. You could, go on quests, become a king. All that stuff. There's tons of crazy, stupid, dumb shit you can do in there. Of Obok Meat God. There's a lot of cursed things in adventure mode proms. Kenshi doesn't ring a bell either, I'm afraid. Well, I mean, it's a video game. So, yeah, that's Dwarf Fortress. Also, it's free. So, quit asking questions and go play it. Is actually pretty good. Adventure mode's an open world survival crafting game, and Fortress mode is a base building game. And they both interact. So I could retire this fortress with this button, which I'm not going to do, and then play as an adventurer and start in this fortress, and then explore this fortress as a single person. Leave, go to another local fortress, ask a bunch of people to be my friend, and then bring them back to this fortress, and then reclaim this fortress, and then all those people would be living here. Getting a call from private number. Bet you $1, chat, that this is a scam call. Hello? not a scam call. It was Canada Post. I'll be back in a sec. All right, I return. With a very suspiciously record-shaped package. I also definitely can't show on stream because it's got my address on it. It was an assassin. You know what's weird is Canada Post has literally never called me for a package before. Not once. They always just like deliver, like just either deliver the package or like just send me a delivery slip. Wondering which one this is. There's a couple in the mail right now from old pre-orders or sales. Oh, I think I know what this is. This is the old pre-order. We got lunch break records. They're modernizing? Maybe.
Whoa, dude, fuck you, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Yeah, there we go. All right. I pre-ordered that before that DLC released. Released. So yeah, looks like I'm gonna need to dump some water on things. But bad news is the water's all frozen. So I don't know what to do. Guess we dig around it? Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't seem great. Well, I guess I can pull that lever. Can we spend the $1 on getting cool armor for each of the dwarves? No, because it was an imaginary dollar, and since it wasn't what I thought would win, the bet is null and void because I'm the king of my own reality, and in my reality, it was a figure of speech, not an actual dollar. Pull the lever? We did pull the lever. Yeah. The lever down there has been pulled. So it looks like all this charcoal is just going to burn. That's kind of annoying. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the lever, Crunk. I mean, thanks for the 10 cents. I'm guessing we just take all that out. how wide is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
FGS Boop.
FGS Boop, thanks for the $1, Nervicious. Appreciate you. All right, let's do that. Thanks for the $1.90, Super CJ. You would like to sponsor bronze armor for a dwarf. I even have this stuff to make. I don't think I even have any bronze. Oh, hey, coffins are getting done. Oh, game's saving. Never mind. We do have steel. I was gonna say, why would you want bronze? I have steel. I have steel and adamantine. Why would you want bronze? But thank you very much for the $2.90, chat room. If anybody's got a resub that they're sitting on or a prime sub or something, pop it now and it'll hype train that. Steel's okay? Well, then we're good because most of my dwarves have steel or adamantine weapons already. They can jump and skip over the lava with that? Yeah. Usually it's just over walls of goblins, but lava too. Thanks, CJ, for gifting a sub as well. You know, Here, you know what? I'll help. Because I'm going to have to do this if one more person subs anyway. There you go. Have a sub, Duke. So now that the game's done saving, I'm gonna plop all of this in, and I need to up my sub goal. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Whenever I hit my sub goal, I have to gift a sub. So we're at 367, let's go up to 420. If we hit 420 subs, I gift another sub. Is pretty far off. I'm happy to help you make working from home less boring. Shoutouts to Anonymous for gifting a sub to iPunch. Be wise if I unpause the game. Also, I liked Super CJ Man that you said make your day working from home less boring, not that I'm making it entertaining, right? It's just it's less boring now. Still boring, it's just less boring. That's amusing to me for some reason. Oh, that was you, Brahms? Well, thanks, Brahms. Thank you much. You just have side entertainment. Well, it's like a Christian side hug. Laugh hysterically if you remember that reference. Thanks for the $1, Spider Venom. Cheers, dude. All right, there we go. Getting all that stuff put away.
Train Goba.
It certainly is going something. All right. Someone should get put in a tomb pretty quick, I think. 2x3? These aren't bedrooms, dude. These are tombs. These are my bedrooms. They have nice brass furniture in them. Although a lot of the furniture got canceled being put in there because we got sieged, so I gotta do that again. Have a coffer and a cabinet. We got halfway through making the coffers and then had to stop. I had to take a break from working on fancy bedrooms to, you know, transport lava to the surface. Because the baddies were getting, you know, all up in our grill, if you know what I'm saying. You know, I'm kind of tempted to not have a drain lever on this. Down. Spider venom. Down. Just dig down. Very far down. You'll find it. Well, if you don't dig down, you won't find lava. So if you still got to find lava still, it's like I can help you with this problem. You just got to dig down. So, I guess... Why no drain lever? Because they just need the lava to touch them. And if wall of lava pumps all the way through here, it's gonna touch them. I don't really need a drain lever. I could just fortify the end of it and it'll just flow out. It'll be fine. I'm also going to channel this down one layer. That it makes it into a nice natural waterfall thingy. Also, for level 2 of the hype train, if anybody's wondering, it's 5 subs or 2,500 bits. But thank you very much for the little hype train regardless. Cheers, lads. No, you don't get surprise guests. Well, Forgotten Beasts. I don't really consider them surprise anymore. Oh no, a glassmaker was stricken by melancholy. I totally forgot there was a strange mood happening. Whoops. But just dig around the caverns. You mean free unexpected friends? Do you also murder your free unexpected friends? Oh no! An artifact was stolen. A lot of thieves in this fortress. Not a fan. So I think... Hey! Wilmer's arrived. Raiders from the mountain home. So we're in early autumn, which means things are cold, which means I'm not going to have anything to be able to sell for a while. Let's just sell that first round of stuff. So the problem that I'm going to run into is the fact that there's just all of this lava fire stuff burning. It's like, note to self, if you're going to make some quick crafts to trade, I don't need to trade crafts. Also, stop, do me a huge favor, Spider Venom. Please stop telling me what to do. Just please stop. I have no need to make quick crafts to trade. We got plenty of trade mats. Don't worry about it. Also, a lot of those quick tips are not helpful. In fact, they're usually the opposite. Making some quick crafts to trade is a terrible way to trade. If I were to make something quick to trade, I would make glass, because I have unlimited glass, and I don't need to trade some crafts. We've got much better trade materials than that are already sitting around, that have already been constructed, so... Other thing is, well, you're not an expert. Well, it's not that I'm an expert. It's just I've played too much of this game, so whenever people are like, here's this quick thing that you should... No. No, it's not actually the best solution. I got a better solution. Like selling all of this clothing that I can't deconstruct that also doesn't fit me. Or all of these extra beds that I don't need. Stuff like that. Random crap that's just lying around that I need to dispose of. If you drop a child dwarf into lava, his or her mother will be sad. That is a pretty good quick tip, yeah. Just like real life. Weird, right? So I'm going to do some shock and awe technique. Actually, no, that won't work. But yeah, are these just going to burn forever? Suppose so. All right, chat, pro tip. Don't leave a bunch of coal in your murder hallway, because some of it will burn, some of it won't. And the stuff that doesn't just burn, or just, some of it will burn forever and some of it won't. The stuff that burns forever, though, seems to just kind of keep burning. It's not great. I didn't even think about it. It was just left over from mining. So... I guess, like, there's an aquifer over here, which I could dig into. Coal mines can burn for years. Sure. You know, hold on. Dwarf Fortress Wiki. In Dwarf Fortress, it might burn forever. Lignite. Control F. Burn. It will burn for the better part of a year before withering away. Exposure to water, including rain, will extinguish it. Unless it happens to be stored in a bin. Oh my god. I'm just imagining something burning in a bin for a little more than a year. All right, so we can just let it burn out because it'll snow. So hopefully the snow will extinguish it. That's good to know. Wilmer says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. So whenever people are like, I want to make a fire. I guess like that's how you do it. There's much to share. We've updated your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Non-requests. I'm going to ask for steel anvils. Thank you. Which means I don't actually need anything from them. Why do you want sheet? And pearl earrings of all fucking things. Huh. I think it's less of a high-quality coal thing, Duke, and more of a large quantity of coal. Boulders in Dwarf Fortress ain't small. Wilmer says, I look forward to our meeting next year, Beelug. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Thank you, Wilmer. Thank you, thank you. And we are still bringing clothing that I don't need. Like, look at all this trade stuff. This is literally just like clothing that's worn out. That's all that this is. Actually, in a single tile, you can fit 1,000 adult dragons as long as 999 of them are lying down. Also, there is absolutely no difference between a cow and a lion in Dwarf Fortress. They're both considered large animals. The only actual difference between a cow and a lion is a cow has teeth equipped and a lion has swords equipped on its hands and a mane equipped. Because Dwarf Fortress. You can also fit a blue whale. I mean, so in Dwarf Fortress, right, there's several different classifications of animal sizes, Rockcat. There's vermin, which are like spiders, basically, like bugs, or mice or hamsters. Vermin. Then there's small animals, which is like a cat, right? Most lowercase animals. Then there's medium animals and large animals. And then there's giant animals, right? Or like titans, basically. So giants, Ettins, dragons, those sorts of things are giant animals. Forgotten beasts are giant. But a large animal could be a bear. It could be an elephant. It could be, you know, and the only actual difference is the amount of fat they have, the size of their bones, or like the size that that animal grows, and what they have equipped, and their personality tendency, right? So like an undead wild boar is going to be aggro regardless of what it's doing, whereas let's just say an elephant isn't. So how common are dragons in DF? No. That's the easiest way to answer that. No. So I have thousands of hours in Dwarf Fortress. I've seen 3. But that's just on default settings. I mean, like, if you go into your world gen settings, you could, like, crank up... In advanced world gen settings, you could crank up dragon commonality and just have, like, dozens of dragons show up in a fort. And, like, I've seen some people do that. But by default settings, not... Just how common are dragons? No. Not common in the slightest. Extremely uncommon. But here's the problem with dragons early on in World Gen, though, Remy, is dragons early on in World Gen are babies, which means their foyer is very small because they take 1,000 years to reach adulthood. So what you actually want to do is crank the number of dragons up really high and then generate for 1,000 years, and then you actually get full-size dragons. And then that's how you get, you know, jets of fire that reach halfway across your screen instead of just tiny little ones. And then what's even more confusing is dragons in Dwarf Fortress don't fly. Cave dragons do. I've never seen a cave dragon. Not once. I've seen them in Legends. Never seen one in Adventure Mode or Fortress Mode. I've even settled close to where they're supposed to be and still haven't gotten them. Sounds like an FPS killer? Nope. Here's the thing, right? FPS killer... Okay, so there are some people that will tell you that having more than 150 dwarves, any fire on your map whatsoever, and pumping lava is a frame rate death opportunity. How does this frame look? Like it's a little slow. Sure. I mean, we're at like 30 frames a second. Look at all that smoke that's just burning. Oh, look, a ghost. Dwarf Fortress frame rate killers, in air quotes, aren't really a thing anymore. Like, they were years ago, but Dwarf Fortress has had so many performance fixes, so many performance increases, and computers have gotten better over the years. Frame rate death really isn't a thing in the current game. Like, it'll slow down. Like, when I got attacked by 600 goblins, because I have kind of changed the population caps, yeah, the game was running at 5 frames a second. But it figured its shit out. It was a very dramatic slowdown for a bit. And then the dwarves eventually figured it out, and it was fine. So, no, it's not a frame rate killer. Also, killing dragons is such a shame. I haven't killed a single dragon that I've found. Every dragon I've ever found has just been captured in a cage and then trained. I've never actually slayed a dragon in Dwarf Fortress. I've only ever caught them. Ooh, Wilmer is sharing rumors from abroad. Looks like the goblins are still attacking the mountain home. Yep, they're still marching on Earn Hate. Yeah, I don't know. People give Dwarf Fortress an unnecessarily hard time when it comes to frame rate. Because, like, you know, build a very large city in Cities Skylines that's bigger than the default sizing and enjoy your frame rates or lack thereof, because that game does exactly the same thing and also doesn't run on multi-cores. So people give Dwarf Fortress an unnecessarily hard time for some reason when it comes to frame rate, and I've never fully understood why. It's always kind of made me sad. I saw a fort once in RimWorld where the guy managed to have 1,000 pawns, and it was running at like a frame a minute and crashed pretty frequently. So I spent like 30 minutes in bullet time appreciating the slaughter. Oh yeah, and it was glorious. It was glorious. Speaking of glorious, look at that lava. Yeah. Can't wait till the sun goes down. This is gonna look cool. Sorry. Lava live. Volcano live streams. I love a live stream. Has the statue finished? Which one? The brass one? Maybe? I did get more brass going finally. Looks like it. Actually, wait, no, we did. Never mind. That was the god of Lemush. This is... Am I not have a way up here anymore? I guess I just rode my way up here. You know what? Screw it. Let's put it in the temple. Brass statue. There it goes. You like Volcano? Here, I'll give you Linkery Doodles. It's at the point now where Volcano live streams pop up, B-Lug, and I will literally just like... Not Zelda. Animal beat me to it. It's literally at the point now where like a volcano starts erupting and people start DMing me live streams. It's pretty great. Like, I got DMs this morning from people I didn't know saying, hey, I watch you on YouTube. You might know that, you might know this already, but there's a volcano live stream happening. And then I checked Discord after I looked at that DM, and there was Frog for Hire was posting on the Discord about how those live streams existed, so. Yeah, no, I mean, well, it's partially Dwarf Fortress has come far, and it's also clock speed on cores is increasing, right? But, like, a lot of the frame rate death issues for Dwarf Fortress are caused by pathfinding and not by actual, like, things going on in the environment. Like, yes, there's temperature. Temperature can... that's fine, Frog. It wouldn't have woken me up anyway. Temperature can affect frame rate pretty heavily, so if you're pumping hot stuff into a cold environment, that can affect frame rate. But it's not major. It's like maybe 5, 10 tops frames. But the actual frame rate deaths that happen now are things like a cat gets stuck behind a door that doesn't allow animals through, which, by the way, that feature is being removed in the next version. Tarn like mentioned that very slightly in Future of the Fortress, but this option, passable, is being removed because of the frame rate problems that it causes. Another thing that used to cause it was if a dwarf would get stuck up a tree and they were trying to path somewhere, they would, that would wreck your frame rate and you'd have to chop the tree down. But now if a dwarf gets stuck up in the tree, they just cease pathing. Like their brain shuts off and they just stop pathing. They just sit there. Unless they can climb down. In which case it's a non-issue. But like, they just sit up the tree now. Until you let them down. See you at some point in the future. Probably in like 7 or 8 hours, I would assume. Stone. Well, you'll be back in time for Cheese Runner, most likely. But yeah, no, I think that people don't give Dwarf Fortress enough credit for its performance increases. And I think it's kind of unfair that people, you know, talk about Dwarf Fortress like the only fix for the frame rate problems, or the alleged frame rate problems, I guess, is multi-threading, when that's not something that's even possible, and also most games out there that have frame rate problems don't have multi-threading, and you almost never see people going, when's it getting multi-threading? So I think people are kind of unfair on Dwarf Fortress in that regard. You know, I don't think you know what you're talking about, Vampire Fox, so I'm just going to roll my eyes at you. I mean, yeah, Dwarf Fortress will run on a Pentium 1, but it's not designed to be played on a Pentium 1. In your case, when you get fruits from trees, another tree grows near. How do dwarves even get stuck from trees? The way you can get dwarves stuck in trees, you know what you talk about? All right. Well, I mean, there's ways to talk that don't just make you look like you're intentionally trying to be a dick. Because the game has changed significantly since then. I mean, that's like, I don't know. Can't give you a good example, but... You're trying to be realistic? So when Dwarf Fortress was designed to run on a Pentium 1 in 2003, it was adventure mode only, not a fortress mode game, where all that you had was one character that you controlled. The dwarves were all run by an AI. The game has changed significantly since those days. Is it still built on the same code base? Sure. But the game has changed significantly since then. So no, it doesn't hurt. You're just being an asshole. All right? It's literally the only response to that. But no, in regards to dwarves getting stuck in trees, that only happens if you have... there's another way it can happen, but the only time it really happens is if you have too few step ladders and a large zone set to gather fruit. When dwarves are gathering fruit, they don't realize there's other dwarves in the trees, so they'll go and grab the step ladders and move them, and then the dwarf can't get back down. Hardware changed significantly too, no? Yes, which is why the game is evolving with the hardware. I mean, if you try and run current Dwarf Fortress on a Pentium 1, you'll have some serious frame rate problems. I know somebody who does. So you're just insulting somebody's programming skills because it's existed for a long time. You know what? You're just here to get a rise out of people. Move on. Meeple's reference to frame rate is AI takes multiple seconds per turn. The CIV, when it's basically cheating, it's a very... There's an MT mod for... MT mod? MT? MT mod? What? Oh, multi-threading. Duh. Performance increase is really noticeable, but job queuing gets funky. Multiple threads does not multiply performance by the same number. Over zero thread kind of as it synchronizes with subthreads. Things to happen. Yeah, that whole sentence went above my head. They're not really ladders of death, though. You just need enough step ladders. Like, the last time because I built a orchard fortress a while ago, where the only food and the only booze I was allowed to drink was from fruits. And it was just a one-day fortress. But the way I kept dwarves from getting caught up in there is I just had, like, 200 step ladders, and it just wasn't an issue. I just had a huge stockpile full of step ladders, and we never ran out of them, and it was fine. Anything cooking over that lava? Well, currently, I mean, there's no lava in there. It's currently all just... you know, smoke. Well, I mean, I guess there is some lava, but the things that were cooked were all cooked away, cooked down to nothing. I need to make you out of this. Could also make you out of iron. See how much gabbro we have. Over 12. Oh, that's plenty, actually. You know, like, there's legitimate ways to criticize something like Dwarf Fortress, right? Dwarf Fortress isn't a perfect video game, and it always can have improvements, right? But if you come into my chat and you just start insulting Tarn's programming skills and mocking it blatantly, yeah, you're not going to last very long in the chat. The tech and optimization of impressive, it's just that the game doesn't stop us from doing stupid things. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, a large portion of why Dwarf Fortress runs like shit is Dwarf Fortress in some cases, is Dwarf Fortress lets you just crank the numbers up. You know, like my siege, every single time I get siege, the frame rate goes down to null. But that's because there's 700 entities on the map. Right? Like, but that's my own doing, and I know why the frames are low. It's just like I don't get annoyed at City Skylines when City Skylines runs like shit because I have like 78 tiles worth of city that's actively running. I mean, I just put it in the music room. I can't play music on stream, right? So I can't look at it until for like another 10 hours at least. So. But Nerds Half-Life, goblins will get cooked in the lava when they show up next. Although I need that coal to burn out first. So, don't worry about pinging me. Yeah, I saw you post it in there. Like, I see everything that gets posted into my Discord. You have a stupid question, but you're doing a challenge and you don't know if it can happen. The age of a world can change during a fortress live, or does it need world gen time? Are you saying... Oh, like, can you go from, like, the age of myth to the age of legends or something? Is that what you mean? Or do you mean, like, time passing? Because if you mean, like, the age of myth progressing to the age of heroes, yeah, that can happen. The age of myth stops being the age of myths when... What is it? 1/3 of Mega Beasts is remaining? I think? You'd have to go check the... Don't compare Dwarf Fortress to RimWorld. It's not a good comparison. Because RimWorld is a much simpler game to begin with. Also, RimWorld runs like ass. Jesus. Like, good God, RimWorld runs like ass. Also, I just dropped a couple frames there. Sorry about that. Seems to have stabilized. Dropped like 150 frames. You truly appreciate what Tarn has made? Yeah, you know, honestly, like, I have no problem with people criticizing Dwarf Fortress, right? Like, you want to critique the game? I do that all the time. That's fine. Dwarf Fortress has a lot of problems. If you're just going to be rude to the people who make it and then act like people are getting butthurt, it's just kindly fuck off. You're not welcome here. Like, I'm all for critique. Just critique kindly. The hell? But yeah, Derry Blake, my Long Death world, I think is in the Age of Legends now. It was previously in the Age of Myth when we started it, but it's in the Age of Legends now. Honestly, I think they're the only game that I can, like, reasonably compare Dwarf Fortress to when it comes to the way it runs is Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program is an excellent example of a game that will let you break it. I don't see anybody complaining about frame rates in Kerbal Space Program. Even though I've seen that game run at what I call slideshow speed. Because Kerbal Space Program is actually a really good example. 12,000 part. Like literally anything EJ builds. Your PC dies? What PC? All I see is a fireball. It's like, how's the PC going, Supernova? But, yeah, I don't know. EJ's nuts. EJ's a good dude. I like EJ. Apparently I've been welcomed to my chat room. Well, that's wonderful. That means I just disconnected and reconnected to chat. Getting this coal out of here. It's like, you want to see some old-ass Windows code? Hold on a second. If you go to your Windows settings and type in screensaver, this shit pops up. This same thing has been in Windows as long as I remember. Like, this same box here was in Windows 98. So, you know. I also managed to minimize everything on my desktop for a second there, which is suboptimal, but I'm fixing that right now. So I can't currently see chat. Do they still have 3D pipes in there? Oh, yeah. Is that a CRT? I think. Looks like one. But yeah, literally just go to, like, your... If you're on Windows 10 or Windows 11, just go to Windows settings, and that shit pops up. It's kind of incredible to me that that exact same window is still in Windows. There we go. Finally got everything sorted back. Yeah, which was my first operating system, Windows 95. Actually, that's not true. I have no idea what version of Mac OS my Mac 2 was running. All right, so they needs masonry. All right, well, they're working on it. The thing about multi-threading Dwarf Fortress is world generation and procedural generation. Well, fun fact, you know what? When it comes to multi-threading in Dwarf Fortress, or not multi-threading, but like world generation is extremely improved for the next version. Like, Dwarf Fortress is going to go from taking 5 hours to generate a 1,000-year-old world to just a couple of minutes. 1,000-year world on a tiny-ass laptop, 25 minutes. But also, another thing that Tarn mentioned in the last interview that I had with him, no, DF is not multi... Why do people keep thinking Dwarf Fortress is multi-threaded when we are talking about why Dwarf Fortress isn't multi-threaded? And all because of books. Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress is not... Well, technically it is. The UI runs on a separate thread. The graphics run on a separate thread. So it doesn't matter what tileset you use, which is why, like, if your game is laggy and you hit this screen, or I should turn caps lock off. You hit this screen and it runs at full speed because it's a separate thread. During the last interview, Tarn threw out the idea again of potentially open sourcing World Gen. You just got here? No. Doesn't matter. Dwarf Fortress will never be multi-threaded. So, don't worry about it. Not an option. Not a thing. It's just not going to happen. Sorry to ruin your hopes and dreams. But I do thank you for tuning in, though. Dwarf Fortress is not multi-threaded and will never be multi-threaded. It would require an entire game rewrite, at least according to Tarn. And you know what? I believe the guy. Yes. Super CJ, man. Wait, will Reap open everything? What? That seems like a touch control thing. Grabbing a... Okay, hold on. I'm going to grab Dwarf Fortress and shake it. It does not bring everything back. Oh, wait, no, it does. Okay, you have to literally let go of the button, the mouse button, shake everything again. That is weird. I don't like that very much. So yes, technically Dwarf Fortress already is multi-threaded if you want to be an ass about it. Or if I want to be an ass about it, I would say that Dwarf Fortress already kind of is multi-threaded. But it's not. Kind of is, but it's not. Outside of that, no, it's not going to get more advanced multi-threading. It's got what it's got, and that's what it's got. But no, we had somebody in here earlier who was like mocking Tarn's programming ability because the game runs slowly sometimes because we were talking about performance in relation to dwarves getting caught up trees. And then they're saying, oh, bad performance of a game designed to run on a Pentium 1. Terrible programming. It's like, ah, yes, another one of you. Armchair programmers. The chapter 3 starts. You know, at some point, I really, this game's so pay to win. Goddamn pay to win video games. Buy a bigger computer, run faster. Is that where you're going with that joke? But that's also kind of every video game by that logic. I want Zach and Tarn to make a Bay 12 games collection for like $5. I literally just want them to make all their games run on like modern OS. Like I'm talking Liberal Crime Squad. I'm talking World War II Medic. I'm talking all their other dumb demos from the past that we've never seen. I want all of those games to be like released just in like just a little wrap, just a little shitty launcher. That's all it needs. Sell it for a couple dollars or maybe even make it free. I don't care. I want those games to be accessible because there's some neat things that they made in the past that are never going to see the light of day, and that makes me kind of sad. Like, no one's going to remember World War II Medic, or some people will remember Liberal Crime Squad, but you've lost so many projects due to poor backups and lack of CloudGit servers. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, they talk about things like, they talk about so many games that they worked on years ago. I don't even know what that is, Super CJ, man. Also, for those of you who, go on about Dwarf Fortress being a Chapter 2, you can still download Armok. You go to bay12games.com/Armok. There's no links to it on their website, but the page still exists, and you can still download it. They removed this because it confused too many people. But you can still download it. The code is still available. It doesn't work. Really. Apparently, I run my team calendar, which means I need to do something. How the heck do I invite people to a calendar? Had to invite somebody to my team's calendar. All right. The most edgy web page you've seen on all the life. It's so. Not the most edgy web page I've seen in my whole life. Because the most edgy web page I've seen in my whole life is that suicide cult that still has an HTML site up. What was it, Heaven's Gate? It's also a winery. That seems like poor. Naming. That website's still up. my god, is their website down? Oh no, okay, good. It is still up. This is their website. It's not a hard game. Like, you know what's funny to me? So I have a friend who complains that he'll never learn DF because it's too hard. You know what game he plays all day, every day? Super CJ, man? Escape from Tarkov. You know what's a much harder game than Dwarf Fortress? Escape from Tarkov. It's just as obtuse. It's just as difficult to get into. The UI is just as bad. Like, it's a ridiculously difficult game to get into. Yet, people are just like, oh, but Dwarf Fortress is almost entirely perceived difficulty that isn't actually difficult. You can absolutely learn Dwarf Fortress. You could learn it right now. It's not difficult. Or are you talking about Tarkov? I don't play Tarkov. But like I've tried. It wasn't for me. It hurts my brain a little bit how difficult people talk about how hard Dwarf Fortress is, because it's not. It's a really simple game to play. It's like if you've played any colony builder, you can play Dwarf Fort. If you've played Kenshi, you can play Dwarf Fort. If you've played Civilization, you can probably play Dwarf Fort. You don't want to have your negative thoughts about Tarkov again? Then don't! No thoughts, head empty. But what I will say is premium will help. No thoughts, head empty. Frog, you heard me. Come on. But, oh, what's fighting? Blind Cave Bear and a Forgotten Beast. It's fine. The ASCII intimidate people. And you know what? People saying that ASCII... You know, I've gotten real sad about how many people just, like, beat the crap out of ASCII for no reason. It's like, let's just make fun... Bleh. Yes, but you can also play Dwarf Fortress for 10,000 hours and never touch the wax industry once, and you know what? You'll be fine. It's not a mandatory mechanic. It's just like you can play Dwarf Fortress for thousands of hours and not make soap. And you know what? Your fortress will be fine. Also, Dwarf Fortress isn't difficult. It's obtuse. But it'll be very easy with premium. Oh, yeah. I mean, you'll smell bad, but your dwarves will be largely okay. Like, they will be fine. Yeah, you can make crafts out of honeybee wax. Make wax crafts. Like, mead and beeswax is unnecessarily finicky. But soap is the main component of supporting my pillars. Well, why are you hungry and thirsty, Oak? Because you are going to go currently get a food. I'm also going to move a bunch of artifacts into here because they keep getting yoinked. If they're gonna get yoinked, I want all the dwarves to see it. Put the ones I care about on that. Also, I love I love there's one thing that I love in Dwarf Fortress, Ned Flunders, and that's Fortress is made primarily from salt and soap. It's a very clean, salty fortress. All right. Now that all that's done. That's 1, 2, perfect. Typing correctly is illegal. You might want to check what you just said. That's the soap disappears, not turn in part of the sieve. Wait, what do you mean by not turn in part of the sieve? But yeah, I don't know. What I guess kind of the final thing that I will really say about frame rate is I certainly don't, and I don't think many people do, play Dwarf Fortress because it runs well. Like, my fascination and interest in this game do not come from how well it runs. My fascination and interest in this game comes from the fact that there's literally nothing else out there like it. This is the only video game on the market like it. That's why I play so much of this game. If there was other things like it, it would be less interesting. If there was other things like it that ran better than it, it would be less interesting. But nothing comes even close to doing everything that Dwarf Fortress does. So being a game that was designed to run on the Pentium 1, or not, so was World of Warcraft probably, it's changed a lot. And it keeps changing, which is what keeps it interesting. So, that's the last thing I want to say on that subject. I think I'm just going to wait for all of this stuff to burn out. Because, like, the dwarves are able to walk around it. It's not a problem. They don't really like getting caught in the smoke. Annoyed after choking on smoke, but, like, they're able to walk through it, so it's fine. It's also not like it's spreading or it's a wall of fire or something silly. And the frame rates have gotten noticeably better in the time that I've played it. Now, I don't think that they're going to build... Oh, okay. I need to remove melt from 2 of those because I realized that there was... Forbid that, and unforbid that. Let's actually just get this stuff removed. The old-fashioned way. Hope they're not canceling this because it's too close to the fire. If you sell 10k blocks of soap to your parents' sieve and go into adventure mode to all hamlets for luck, you can't find the soap to clean. So you know how trading works in Dwarford, right? Because you know that that happens for everything except for artifacts, right? Doesn't matter what you're selling to your home civ. The value of the item is added to your civ's value. The item itself isn't added to the civ. So if you go into adventure mode, you're not going to find those items. They're old, worn down pants. If they have the ultimate value alchemy, that makes sense. It's more just like the game cheating, but the game cheats in a lot of ways, though. Like a lot of ways. It kind of needs to, though. There's certain things that, like, even Dwarf Fortress can't fully manage. So, something else I need to do. I need to go up here. I don't actually... Can my dwarves reach this? Yes, they should be able to reach this. So let's dig across this over here and build an overhang. Because last time, some of them were able to scramble up this wall. Is that door locked? Nope. Oh, I see. They just don't have a way up here anymore because I'm smart. That's not what I mean, but... That being said, if you take a sword in adventure mode and leave it somewhere, it'll be there when you return in adventure mode later. So there is that. It doesn't cheat with adventure mode, it cheats with fortress mode. Ooh, the Hall of Winter has many members in Threatdweller and now requires a grand guild hall. The question is, where the fuck did I put that guild hall? All right, so the, like, wrong button, location screen. Which one is the Halls of Winter? The Sunny Wings. All right, so I need to figure out where the Sunny Wings is. Which one is the Sunny Wings? I think it's this. Yes, okay. So, I don't really have a lot of fancy stuff. Could put a display furniture in there. Could etch along that back wall. Don't have any instruments I could put in there. Well, let's just knock this down. Mayor doesn't need that. Put a pedestal in here and chuck some crafts on it. Put some gems on it. This is my Farmer's Guild, which requires a value increase. Put some more conglomerate thrones. Now the right color. All except for that last one. That. And do that. This will etch into the walls a little more. I usually cheat to let the player win more. Not usually the way I would think of a video game cheating, but... I mean, I don't do that. Like, to me, that is cheating. If, like, for me, I want things like gold to be, if I have a gold deposit, then I want to use that as my main trade good to acquire other metals. But if I have other things and I want gold, I feel like gold should be something that I take time to acquire. So I, like, just don't ever use the infinite gold duping bug or feature or whatever you want to call it. I refuse to use that because to me that's like, I don't know, it removes a lot of the fun roleplay that I enjoy at Dwarf Fortress. And a lot of that is like, okay, well, we have a lot of gold in this fortress. All right, that means I'm going to take the next 2 years to just make up a whole bunch of gold crafts and coins and rings and crowns and sell that to the mountain home to import metal that we need for the military. Or armor, or whatever, what have you. Doesn't matter. But to me, that's a fun gameplay element. So to me, just like duping your stuff just removes a lot of fun from the game. But you play it the way you want. It's the beauty of a single player game. You only do it without the use of the trade depot using the normal smelter. Do it without use the trade depot. More like alchemy? I will reiterate what I just said. Using that feature, bug, mechanic, whatever you want to call it, ruins like a large portion of the game's fun for me. So regardless of whether you do it with or without the trade depot, I don't know, like that whole concept just ruins the fun of the game for me. You're up a bit. Display feature. Sort of like forbidding items so that... It's sort of like forbidding items so that they make better artifacts. Like, that's also no fun to me. And kind of ruins the game to a degree. Emeralds. Cut them emeralds that I know that I have in the basement somewhere. Like, it doesn't matter the user justification for it. The act of doing the thing, it ruins the game for me. But that's just me. Like, if it improves your game and you like it as, like, alchemy magics or whatever, then go nuts. But it's not an intended mechanic, and for me, that bothers me. You know what, fuck it. Let's just put the adamantine mace in here. And this dwarf over here goes to put it on display. And boom. There you go. It's now our Grand Guild Hall. Easy peasy. and go back to what I need to be worrying about. Let's go pull this lever, because those 3 are done. So I can seal the blast doors. And then we can seal that up. And smooth these. Minus that corner. And this whole thing will be done. Thunk. Oh. Whoops. Well, fucked one of them. Good thing I tested it. And the one that I screwed up was this one. Because apparently I set it as vanish instead of raise. Means I have to deconstruct that one. That's retracting instead of raising. Whoopsie. But that'll do just fine. I'm gonna have a lot of levers to pull. Actually, no, technically it's only 2. Technically, it's only 2. So a fun thing about this fort, there's none here currently, but usually, every spring, this fort fills up with mountain gnomes, which are another critter that are quite difficult to find in Dwarf Fort. And the reason they're quite difficult to find is they have a habit of only spawning in very specific regions. One of those very specific regions is good mountains. Not very many people settle on good mountains in Dwarf Fort, so I guess that dwarf's deconstructing it, I hope. Hey, look, a kitty. I'm looking forward to all the gnomes showing up and drinking all of my booze again. Also, since I, seem to have run out of... Wonder. Oh, that's probably why. I was gonna say, I seem to have run out of dwarves that are hunting, and I think that might be because they ran out of ammo. Let's go to the forbid. Claim used ammunition. There you go. Can you store plants in barrels? Yeah, seeds are the only thing you want to store in bags, not barrels. And there's a very specific reason for that. But seeds are indeed the only thing you want to store in a stockpile in bags and not barrels. Or pots. Actually, that's not totally true. Mead is only stored in jugs. Or is it honey that's only stored in jugs? I can't remember. There's certain bee-related things that you need honey for, but... What are you doing? Are you stuck? Can you not just walk out? You must be stuck. Okay. Seems like that dwarf is stuck. Got another name for an adamantine short sword. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf named after them, give me a shout. Don't need to give me money or anything. Just ask me nicely type deal. So now the question is, how long until the goblins invade us again? That's the next important question. See, like, previously, this dwarf being stuck back here would have completely wrecked my frame rate. But because game's been worked on quite a bit, dwarf can now get out. Because this dwarf didn't want to walk through all that smoke. I don't really blame him. That should do her. go. This dwarf's putting things together. Not walking through smoke is a sensible thing. Yeah, smoke is one of those things that would previously completely fuck your frame rate because dwarves wouldn't want to path through it. And instead of just like ceasing thoughts and standing still, they would like just stand still and your frames would crash. But that's been fixed for a while, fortunately. You know what? I'm just going to suspend that while they clear this stuff out. Because I'll probably have a chance to finish that. Regardless, I can still burn them that way. Even if they go in there. Okay, this dwarf over here finishes this. I can reattach this, and it'll be great. It'll be a good time. Just got so many dwarves that are currently melting metal. We've also finally made it past that initial slump that we had in alcohol allowance, I suppose. Actually, what are the dwarves drinking now? We had sunshine for a bit there. Which is the most valuable drink in DF. Finger mullet beer, potato wine, radish wine, blueberry wine, dwarven ale, and dwarven wine. I guess all of the stuff is done. It's all good, Arrow. But one of these days you will learn to just say hello, or good day, or happy day. Because you're still doing the exact same thing I asked you not to do, which is making everybody think about it. Right? I asked you specifically not to do that, and you're still doing it. Very unimpressed. Like, not even in a joking way. It's like, just fucking grow up, dude. Let's, bridge. 2 iron mechanisms. Get those attached. And then we're good. But how's your day been, Ara? How's your Thursday been so far? I'm just waiting for this coal to burn out, which apparently burns for the better part of a year. Apparently. Burns for a realistic amount of time. Isn't that crazy? Ah, there we go. We're already going after wombats, which means we're going to be cutting up stuff, which is good. We'll have food again. I'm also going to remove this stockpile because it's very annoying having it right there. So let's get rid of that. Let's move all this stuff up to the upstairs stockpile, which is up here. It's going to make another food stockpile, which is just going to go down the bottom of this. This is going to be, again, for everything except for seeds. Oh, hey, our first depressed dwarf, Catan. You want to acquire things? Want to practice some martial art? Would you be any good at martial arts? In a constant state of internal rage. All right, you know what? Go join the military. Go practice some martial art. If that's what your calling is, dwarf, I won't hold you back from it. Good luck. This is a mace lord? I have maces? Apparently you have an iron mace. No idea where you acquired that. Let's make silk cloak. Let's just make like 50 of them. Should have enough silk to do that. I see enough dwarves that need new cloaks. But yeah, we are just sitting here and waiting. Well, actually, I can just leave that weapon trap there. It's fine. It's fine. We can leave that there. What are the blue dwarves with the helmets? So if I hit Z, over on the right there, you'll see all the different military dwarves. So there's the normal jobs in the middle that look like normal dwarves, but their sprite changes slightly if they are in the military. So those are axe dwarves, axe lords, swords dwarves, sword lords, Mace lords and 2 hammer lords and a recruit. Yeah, they're the ones on the right of this screen, which are these guys. They're military dwarves that are training. Is what they are. They're military dwarves in training. Well, swords dwarves primarily. Yeah, they all have adamantine swords. Because I have about 40 of those in my fort. Are you guys like... Okay, yeah, they're making conglomerate blocks. Got it. Yeah, training around the communal armor stand. Which I should probably expand at some point, you know? Give them some more variety. Some more furniture. Get some more plant harvesting done. We're running kind of low on plant. I must have, like, very few dwarves with butchering jobs. You're a carpenter. What are you doing with your life? Crafting and masterwork? Generally, okay. Yo, here, have butchery. Need some more butchers. Let's also check in on you. What do you do? Dream of creating a great work of art is shameless and unfazed by the thoughts of others. She has a sense of duty, likes to keep things abstract, can handle stress. All right, well, you're joining the military. Speaking of the military. Still, like, filling out the last of these military dwarves. Holy crap, that's a long personality description. Doesn't mind Tumult and Discord. We never understand why if a dwarf has an armor set in the possession, they want to practice Martian arts. I mean, I don't know about you, but I want to practice Martian arts. Anyway, don't use it and only use it for military training. Trying to figure out what you're asking, Derek Blake. Why if Dwarver have armor stand in their possession and want to practice martial arts, they don't use it? So the armor stand doesn't do anything on its own. If you want a dwarf to practice martial arts, you got to do what I did with Long Death, which is give them their own squad with no, like their own military squad with no weapons. And then they'll just go, because martial arts in Dwarf Fortress is military training. A dwarf that wants military training wants martial arts. So if they want to have an exciting life, they'll want martial arts. So a dwarf that wants martial arts doesn't want a armor stand in their possession. They want to join the military, quite literally. So if maybe they don't handle stress well or wouldn't be a good fit for the military, but still want to practice some martial art, put them in a squad either by themselves or with other dwarves without any weapons and let them train as wrestlers. So don't have them permanently in the military forever. Put them on a schedule. Or put them in the military and let them train for a couple of months and then disable the squad and let them go do other things. Almost all of my fortresses end up like long-term fortresses end up having like 3 to 5 squads that aren't actually in the military, that I don't use for the military. I put them into a squad just as wrestlers and let them go be wrestlers. But the only way for dwarves to train is if you put them into a military squad and let them do that. They won't do that of their own accord. And like Tygo just said, it's not a training dummy. It's literally a container used to store armor. Like it's what you hang your, it's like a coat hanger. It's what you hang your armor on. But yeah, it's also not working because they were partially implemented and then never finished. This dwarf wants to practice martial arts, so I'm going to put them in the military. So maybe a translation error. I'm not sure if you're a native English speaker or not, but like, yeah, an armor stand is not a training dummy. Picked up a steel spear. Oh, interesting. Need to make more adamantine swords, apparently. Steel spear is fine, though. You're absolutely okay with being a spear dwarf. Or I'm absolutely okay with you being a spear dwarf. Speaking of, how you doing, by the way, Taiga? How's things? Iron bars, excellent. Iron shields. Let's make 40 iron shields. Iron helm, 40. Iron greaves, 40. Let's get to that. Where did you come from, Dwarf? So this is a dwarf from one of my other fortresses. So I don't know if this is a bug, but I've never seen this before, and I've seen it happen a couple of times, and I've only just realized what it is. This dwarf migrated from another fort that I had in this world. Right? This dwarf migrated to this fort from a different fort in this world. He's still in a squad from my previous fortress. Weird. Tips on weapons. Mixing in a squad or have separate squads with one weapon. Personal preference doesn't matter. They will train weapons faster if they're all using the same weapon, but it's like the difference of it takes a year to become legendary or a year and a month to become legendary, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, no, this is a dwarf from my previous fortress. And I only know that because the Wasteland Soldiers is from the last fortress I had in this world. That's from the stupid lake. They also have the fever syndrome that everybody in that fortress got. See? Huh. I can remove them from a squad, but they're a member of this fortress. That's bizarre. Why is that happening? Anyway, I'm gonna remove you from that squad. You just go be a dwarf. How much faster was that? Your browser decided to crash in that part? I mean, well, they posted it on the Bay 12 blog, so let me just go read to you what they wrote on the Bay 12 blog. Here it is. Then there's the global approachability of the game, which is stuff like world gen speed changes to come in. To make sure that it wasn't reliant on necromancers killing the world, I ran a world without any of that, so no necromancers, and it took 27 minutes. So medium world, 1,000 years on his computer, 27 minutes. Then rest in peace, Scamps. I think it was the blog post before. Yeah. So these guys, and this is with everything turned on. These guys are only a tiny part of the improvements. Your generosity is being some of those. Did we tell you that world gen on a laptop for 1,000 years on a medium world only took 28 minutes? So crappy like 2014 laptop, because I'm pretty sure that's where their laptop that they're using is from. Medium world. 28 minutes. 1,000 years. I can generate a 1,000-year-old medium world in about 15 minutes on this computer currently. But I can also, like, that laptop this is also like the fastest possible computer you could have for Dwarf Fortress. Like it's an i7-7700K and it's overclocked. It's a really, 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 really fast single core clock speed. So just for some comparison's sake, Tarn mentioned to me in voice chat the last time we spoke that that laptop used to take about 6 hours to generate a medium world at 1,000 years. If assuming it made it that far, it would usually crash. So, yeah, that's pretty good. World gen go brrr. Yeah, exactly. So That's the improvement to World Gen. Slam these shut. B-Lug is mandating the construction of earrings. Okay, we can do that. School administration has mandated UXO and safety courses for teachers. If all goes well, you'll be a certified safety instructor, so that's cool. You guys, hey, yeah, that's pretty cool. There's less cool. There's less cool things that you could be certified as. I think it would be cooler to be certified as a air conditioning installation tech, but you know, safety instructor or something. That was an attempt at a joke. I don't know if it worked. What's my dwarfy beverage of choice today? Coffee. Unless you're talking about like the fortress. In which case, then I don't know. And now you have to ban half of your military? Wow, your military is pretty bad if they can't block those hits. You will see more if World Gen than the first 200 years. Perhaps adult dragons exist now. I mean, I generate 1,000-plus-year-old worlds all the time. I mean, the last time I talked with Zach and Tarn, I generated a world in the background, which almost finished before the fortress ended, and that was a 1,050-year-old large world. And it took about 2.5 hours to generate. Like, you can do it. It just takes a while. It's more of a... mostly the reason why I think that this change is really good isn't that, like, the game changes a lot. I mean, the main difference between an old world and a young world is old worlds have a lot more zombies and vampires and were-creatures. Young worlds have a lot more titans, forgotten beasts, giants, and dragons and that sort of stuff. But if you... The main importance is that, you know, brand new Steam player just bought game for less $30 or whatever, installs game, and then goes, is it frozen? Because they set up their world gen in a way that would make it take like 4 hours. That's about where it does grind to a halt, but it is possible. You just kind of have to let it sit. Like, it's not something you sit there and stare at. It's something that, like, you set a world to generate for 1,000 years and go to bed. It's that kind of thing. Because it's like, it's going to take 4.5, 5, 6 hours maybe. But like, it'll finish. Assuming you have like the 2 gigabytes of memory or whatever necessary for a world that old. But yeah, it'll be much more reasonable to do. I am running dangerously low on food. Well, let's go gather plants then. Unless they're all burned up still. Yeah, some of them aren't. All right, well. I suppose it's time to let more water into here and expand my farming zone. What, just letting it run and going to bed? Because, yeah, that's pretty much mandatory, I would say, almost, for Dwarf Fort. Actually. Oh, nothing to gather there. Grr. Well, I know I can go down here. It didn't all burn, it just mostly burned. And also stop making green glass blocks. Stop making those. Can stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Jobs I don't need. I mean, you missed the person earlier that I had to remove from chat. Tygo. Whoop. A minor withdraws from society. Right. It's a fey mood. What a thing. So you know what? Let's just nick this in the bud instead. We got that. Just have to actually hit the right button. Here I was thinking, yeah, it'll dig through. That'll be fine. Nope. Just refreezes immediately. Well, okay, fine then. But yeah, Tygo, you missed the person that I had to remove from chat earlier who was going on about how terrible the programming in Dwarf Fortress is because, you know, it has lag spikes if you overdo it. What did you claim? Mason's Workshop. Where are you, Bamble? There you are. Let's follow you. Let's make sure you get everything you need. I'll check back in with you in a minute because I do actually need to pay attention to this as well. But I don't know. I think that the way that it hides stuff is part of the fun of Dwarf Fortress. That makes it exciting whenever you do discover something. And I really like that. It's always a fun discovery moment. It's like, oh my god, I just figured out that this works this way, and it's kind of mind-boggling in various ways. So yeah, I'm very happy about that. Like, those people have never seen City Skylines. Actually, like this, I used that example, and for this person, it wasn't a logical comparison. So, you tried explaining to your brother-in-law why DF was fun, and I explained the whole cat exploding because of boiled booze. See, here's the thing. That's a bad example, but I'll finish reading what you said. And he loved it, and he's gonna buy the Steam version. Cool. Just, I really wish people would stop using that example. It's a bug that was fixed in a week that existed 8 years ago. That's an exaggeration. 6 years ago. 6 years ago, yes. If it's not yet terrible, it will be the next time you see it. Fair enough. Like, I respect that. I've got to finish making these coffins. Oh, they all filled up already. All right. That's not the discussion we were having, though, Mr. Mac. That's like saying that like every person who does any work looking at their own work will hate it, but that's not the discussion we were having. Well, I mean, here's an equally interesting way to show the complexity of Dwarf Fortress, right? That is still an active mechanic in Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have an HP system like most video games. It tracks blood, bones, tendons, muscles, skin, fat, internal organs, hair and teeth, and eyeballs, tongue, digestion, and all that. And if you lose too high a percentage of your blood from cuts, then the character bleeds out. And that's what causes them to die. But the game also tracks blood clotting, which can stop certain wounds in certain parts of the body from causing you to bleed out entirely. However, the fun of this is there's some weird eccentricities in the game's programming, which still exist, such as fat boils before skin bursts into flame. So if you catch on fire, your fat actually boils and pours out of your pores before milliseconds before your skin catches fire. So it's if you want to promote dwarven liposuction, set all your dwarves on fire and dump a bucket of water on their head. That's my favorite way to like explain the obscene complexity of Dwarf Fortress with something that's still actively in the game. The cats discussion is fun, but it's also no longer in the game. Another fun one is also a bug that's no longer in the game that's much more recent, which was when they added mounts to the game. The way mounting worked previously, because mounts existed previously before the player could control them in adventure mode, the way mounts worked previously was you'd get on, or the enemy, when they'd invade you with mounted on either, I don't know, giant animals or beak dogs or something, or horses, they'd mount the creature, right? And then they'd start the enemy creature, regardless of what the mount was, let's just say it's a beak dog for sake of discussion, the beak dogs follows or will just attack because they have the same AI as the goblins. They want to kill everything, right? So the goblins spawn in, they're mounted on beak dogs, and they want to kill everything. Same with the horses when the humans ride them in. That's the same goal. They will just follow the same human AI because they're all using the same AI. Great, fine. So they added mounts to the game, and they had to change that code slightly so that the person on top riding controlled the mount. So that's the way AIs for enemy mounts work now, is the goblin on top is driving, which is fine for enemies who are invading. Great. And then in adventure mode, when you mount on, let's just say, a jaguar or an elephant, and you're riding it around in adventure mode on your tame elephant, that's great because player's driving. But if animal gets scared, animal can take over, and then you can run away or something, or drown your character in a river, like what happened to me on my last animal mount, which was a giant moth. Now, the fun bit about this is there's an old piece of code where when a mother dwarf has a baby, the baby mounts the mother, and then mom drives the baby around because previously the character on the bottom was the brain and the one on top was just along for the ride, right? Well, this update that added mounts to the game swapped the two. So instead of having mom being brain and baby riding, you have baby being brain and mom is suddenly a zombie. You can't remove the baby from the mother. That's not possible. And if you do, the mother will pick the baby back up and turn into a zombie again. But the problem with baby AI in Dwarf Fortress is baby AI is wander around at random with absolutely no logic and disregard everything that keeps you alive. So baby AI in Dwarf Fortress is walk away from the food stockpile and starve to death. Literally. So for a very brief period of time, we had to, in order to play Dwarf Fortress, you had to disable childbirth. Completely. Because otherwise, Mama Dwarf would have Baby Dwarf, and then it's like a 3-month clock before Mama Dwarf starves to death. And unless you, like, lock them in a room on a food stockpile where mom can eat. With a well there, or something. Or, like, food and alcohol. And they can only eat or drink if baby happens to steer mom over top of them. That was a really funny one. And much more recent. It was literally like Mama Dwarves getting mind-controlled by baby dwarves till they starve to death. Bambool, the miner, has created Kivish Kaster Stone Futok. We'll call it Fikok. Lignite armor stand and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Wendigo. Hey, I know Wendigo. How are you related to Wendigo? Don't actually know. Huh. Maybe mom or something? No idea. Anyway, let's see what it looks like. It's worth 14,400 Zethal. Lancer blocks the fealty of fields. This is a Lignite armor stand. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with wombat leather, and this object menaces with spikes of bayberry wood. On the item is an image of Crestiel's But also, one other thing I will say about cats, that story is still funny. On the item is an image of crest yells, the adamantine warhammer in Lignite. On the item is an image of giant porcupines in peach wood. On the item is an image of a pear-cut gem in wombat bone. On the item is an image of Catan Haz, the dwarf, and dwarves in lay pewter. Haz is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the acceptance of the dwarf Haz as a member of the Plank of Nations in the mid-autumn of 212. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in pigtail. On the item is an image of a mammoth monsters in almond wood. And we're going to put that armor stand up here. Let's call it Steve! What? Because I can't do that, Dave. So, let's call it Steve. Speaking of Steve, how's this dwarf doing? Satisfied after learning about dodging. Content after eating a fine dish. Well, that's good. At least your mood's improving. Ah, well, this is full. Because I wasn't paying attention to it, that's fine. Look at all of this extra farming space I have now. Need someone to come over here and, like, seal this hole up that I've dug. Dwarf, where are you going? There comes a block. There you go. Now I just need to wait for all the water to dry up. Also, I don't know why whenever people talk about naming things, my knee-jerk response is to go over the hedge. Like, that movie is such a weird thing. But, I don't know, I have this weird childish nostalgia for it for some reason. It's always just my first thought whenever people say things. And one. Oh, really? Now you can heal after buying your first round? Well, good for you. So how are you liking Cheese Runner, Animal? Aside from being an exceptionally dumb game. You gotten onto the leaderboards yet? It's weirdly fun, isn't it? It's weirdly fun. It makes no sense why it's so much fun, but it is weirdly fun. Where are the leaderboards? Do you know how to get to this screen, the achievement lists? Just go to the Steam page, view achievements, global leaderboards. There's the leaderboards. How's my day going? Better than yesterday. Better than yesterday. So pretty okay. Pretty okay. We're currently waiting for all of this stuff to finish burning. So I don't feel like pumping water around. I'm just kind of hoping it stops. It's all coal, which according to the wiki burns for the better part of a year. Just kind of letting it burn out. But aside from that, going all right. Going all right. We are continuing to fill this wall, or not fill, but pressurize, I guess, this wall of lava. So whenever goblins invade us next, we can whoosh pretty quick. It should be pretty good. Not a cavey. That is indeed a cavey. Gonna have a stray lamb, a piglet, cavey, duck, and a gander. Those can all go there. That's fine. Yeah, so we're waiting for the smoke to clear. I'm also waiting for this stuff to grow back. Because this is a good biome, which means it should all be blue. But my lava got a little bit too close to it, and it all kind of went and turned into a great balls of fire. Just waiting for it all to grow back. It'll grow back eventually. Still looks like a good biome, like, up here, but not down here, so... You know, that's what a good biome's supposed to look like. Looks like this right now. So, you know, that part's pretty great. Looks like one of my hunters finally brought back a kill. Let's get this sealed. But yeah, that's all that that's all that we're working on right now. I might actually go down to the cavern layers and like try and get a couple more bits of adamantine. But found a weird bug. Migrants that are in military squads, or that are in a... Dwarves that are in a military squad in a fortress, when they migrate to a new fortress, they remain in that military squad. So I had a two dwarves show up at this fortress from my last fortress in this world that were both in a squad from the last fortress. Come on. Try that. Will that be enough to deter you? Oh, come on. Try rebuilding it. There you go. Deserters? Sort of. So yeah, I keep seeing like these various military dudes show up and then just being like, what squad are you in? Because no, you're not. And then I look at them and it's like, oh, they're from this other squad. It's funny to see. Kinda deserters, though. Begs the question, if you were to reclaim the other and then send their squad on a raid, would they show up on that raid? Like, are you saying if I were to retire this fortress, jump to a different fortress, and then get attacked by the different fortress? Because when you abandon and reclaim a fortress, 3 weeks time passes. I doubt it. Unless it's like a really long distance. Like the game clock ticks forward a little bit via the calendar screen. I doubt it. Uh-oh, we got a ghost. Kind of sketchy. Let's bring Dwarf over and get that dealt with. Also, speaking of things that are dwarfy, this is pretty dwarfy. Hey, Pablo. What is up? This is in Iceland, by the way, happening in real time. Looking forward to the sun to go down on this, because that'll be cool looking once the sun goes down. Ooh, death bubbles. Yeah, that's my favorite weed strain and also my favorite live stream show. If anybody wants a link to that stream, just let me know. I'll also just link it anyway. You're going to hang out while you do your stupid chores so that you can have a stupid date over here tomorrow? You're just bitter about the cleaning? Stupid date. You know, I will say this, Pablo. Just be happy you have a stupid date coming over and you're not like me who either gets ghosted or not responded to in every single attempt or told to go away when I attempt it in real life outside of dating apps. So congrats. You're doing better than I am, sir. From experience, you would say no because it's a bug that would be solved if that rule would apply. The only dwarves in the fortress in the moment of send the squad. Yes, probably. I don't know. Your dogs are hanging. Well, that's good. As long as they're not hanging from a tree, because that would imply that you did bad things to those dogs. Got a lot of items to melt. You both have rescues? Aww. Did you meet in a dog park or something? Let's just make 40 steel bars. Because I know that I've got marble in the map, so just not sure how much. Been seeing each other since April? Gotcha. That's good. Low-key jealous, but... Let's throw a diorite down there. Locked by what? Wait. God damn it. Well, pro tip about cleaning. Always do tiny amounts of cleaning and then you'll never need to do large amounts of cleaning. Okay. Coming to. I think. I might need more coffee. I'm scared to like start pouring coffee and then have to sneeze again. You only have a shop vac? Allow me to recommend this ancient technology. It's called a broom. Your mom used to follow this blog where someone recommended breaking the house into I read that it's breaking into the house in 30 different segments. I was like, it's a very slow method of robbery. But someone recommended breaking the house in 30 different segments, and it could be cleaned 15 minutes each. And then doing it 15 minutes a day over the course of a month would mean the whole house is clean. Yeah, that's not bad. I have this advantage of living in a tiny fucking apartment, so I don't need to break my apartment into different segments. I just clean my apartment and it takes me 30 minutes. If I want to do like a deep clean of my apartment, it takes me maybe an hour. Maybe. Like I can completely disassemble my entire kitchen and put it back together in under 20 minutes. Clean all the cupboards inside and out, the walls. Finally a whip in the fortress? Hell yeah. That's another thing I don't like doing is making whips a dwarven weapon. I know a lot of people who do that because they're really strong. It's like swords are strong enough, and like whips should be something that you get for having a human squad. It should be like a reward for having a human squad. But yeah, that sounds like a pretty good method of organizing. Like organize your house into segments and clean it in segments. Do a couple rooms at a time. But I don't know. I'm kind of against vacuum cleaners. I used to live in a very large house. Growing up, I lived in a 5,000 square foot house. I guess it's maybe not that big, but it was a 5-bedroom house with 3 full-size bathrooms and 2 smaller ones. And that house took a long time to clean, but like we had a vacuum cleaner for the carpets, and that was kind of it. Nothing else would we use the vacuum cleaner for. We used the vacuum cleaner for the bare minimum. Vacuum cleaner's like not very good for hard floor too. Like, honestly, if you're using a shop vac, you're going to be putting more effort into vacuuming than it would be if you just use a broom. Especially because, like, a nice broom can, like, go underneath things. Motivating to clean is the hard part? True. This isn't me giving you a recommendation, Pablo, but one of my favorite comments about cleaning was I was watching a different streamer, Tamorag, and he was asking his audience, he's just like, how do you guys get motivated to clean? He's like, I need to clean my office, but like I haven't had the motivation to do it. He's like, I've just been trying to build up the motivation to clean it for the last week or so, and I think I'm gonna do it this week. I'm like, I cleaned my entire apartment yesterday, and he goes, Greg, how do you get the motivation to clean your whole apartment? I'm like, I smoke weed. He goes, that's cheating. It's like, so I get a little buzzed and I clean my apartment. It's also how I repair cassette decks. I get a little bit high and then suddenly the cassette deck is repaired. And it's like, great! I can go take a nap now. Your psych update up to your depression meds today. You think you're developing a tolerance? Ooh. It's also funny because, like, him and me both live in Canada, so, like, weed's legal. So it's not even like I was telling somebody in, like, I don't know, in Sweden to go smoke weed. It's like, it's literally telling somebody who lives, like, an hour's drive from me. It's like, just go buy a little bit of weed. It's fine. Even if you use it as, like, you know, maybe a bi-monthly house cleaning motivator, worth it. I'm nowhere near as extreme as a mutual friend that I have with my friend Kevin. We know this guy who has who hasn't, I don't think he's done this in a while now that he's not single, but back when he was single, he used to get really high on meth and rewire his house. And he would do it like twice a year. He'd just be like, yeah, I re-drywalled my entire house. And we'd be like, Nathan, are you okay? He'd just be like, no, I'm not. People visiting isn't enough motivation for you. Depends on how much you like the people. For refinishing hardwood floors. You know, I wouldn't know. I've never done meth. Is the computer's grill getting clogged up? Oh yeah, true. My computer's fucking immaculately clean. That's why there's empty cans of compressed air in my apartment at all times. Half empty cans. Mostly because I open a can and then I forget that I opened that can and then I open another one. Let's make another farm plot. The guys that you hired were definitely tweaked out of their minds. There's this... okay, so I'm not advocating the use of hard drugs. Okay, so please don't accuse me of that again. Twitch chat has done that in the past. I saw this video on Reddit recently, and it's this guy, and he's cutting... He's like a hairdresser, right? He's cutting some dude's hair, right? And the guy whose hair that he's cutting looks like Kim Jong-un. It's not, but he like split an image of the guy. It looks like him. He's cutting his hair. He's wearing a suit, and he's got like a funny little hat on, and he's cutting this guy's hair, stops, walks around to the side of his like little desk where he's got all of his hair cutting things, opens up a drawer, pulls out a bunch of like pairs of scissors and a comb, and then a crack pipe, takes a hit, just goes, puts the pipe down, grabs the scissors and the comb, and then just like gets this weird look on his face and just flexes and then goes back to cutting the guy's hair. It's like, whoa. Sure it was the meth and not the finish. I mean, I wasn't around those contractors, so who knows? Carpet guys are on pain meds. Drywall folks are on our pot. Fume carpenters are alcohol. Roofers are on speed. I don't know what the electricians are on. Probably their third extra. And does that mean the engineers are just depressed? Like, or are they just engineers are coffee, I would say. Actually, I would just say electricians are on coffee and their third ex-wife. Plumbers are on crack. I mean, the only plumber I know is trying to peddle NFTs. That's my cousin. No, I get it. I get it. Never seen an engineer? Well, all you have to know about engineers. Yeah, I get it. All I have to say is, why is YouTube not muted? There you go. Peak internet. Back on last night's subject. You can attest to the electrical engineers are boozed out of their mind generally. At least that's what your professors are told. It's like, welcome to the engineering department. Here's your bottle of vodka. Truly, Verona. Truly. It's springtime now. And the game is saving. You're gonna lurk, enjoy the conversation, have a good one, enjoy your cleans. The architects occasionally show up on the job site, but usually someone else drives, because someone will... Okay. Seems like a bunch of mature individuals. And then there's me, where I'm completely sober at work, all the time. I swear. Makes your hands tremble less, and soldering is easier. Maybe for you. Alcohol is banned. Alcohol is a banned drug in shooting competitions. What, as like a... Huh. Interesting? If you were drunk, your archery aim was sturdier. I never played Kingdom Come Deliverance, although I own it on, like, I think at least 2 storefronts. I think I have it on Steam and Epic, because I'm pretty sure it was free on Epic. All right, well, I've given these dwarves a nice long break. Good opportunity to train a bunch. Let's fly down to the Magma Sea real quick and dig around a bit. I'm curious about something. Once I find where I was digging, there it is. There lava, or not lava, is there adamantine above this? Let's find out. Brother's coworker had Parkinson's and he had an alcohol sippy cup at all times. Really? Huh. I'll say this. Alcohol makes me less steady, but that's not because of the effects that alcohol has on people. It literally is just my body is broken. My hands shake quite a bit regardless, but it gets worse when I have alcohol in me. I've struck emerald. Well, that's cool. I'm just curious to see if there's any adamantine up here. And then I think we're going to dig around down here. Because that's definitely a portal to hell. Look at that. I want some more adamantine. I'm over here being all greedy and whatnot. Obvious Hellgate is obvious. It's just as obvious as London. All right, I guess that's as high as that spire goes. Let's mine out the rest of those emeralds, though. Means also kind of obvious Hellgate is obvious. Let's just do that. That'll be fine. These don't need to be fancy. We're digging around in the magma sea. All right, how close to lava is that? That's pretty close to lava. All right, let's go down to here. Go around it instead. Should be fine. If they hit lava or warm stone, then we'll dig around it. I mean, wine and soldering just sounds like a lovely way to spend an evening, but... Blue angels? Really? Why are they flying around? Geshud the poet has returned. Is that somebody that stole something from me? Why does it say that they returned? So that was Ivak who did that. Well, we don't have much in the way of that. I'm just curious as to why it said that they returned. I don't often see that. Got a poet visiting us a second time. Oh, is there an event going on? They make a loop right over your neighborhood? Gotcha. Yeah, back where I used to live, the Abbotsford Air Show, as well as, might even be the same one that you're referring to, they would actually fly up and over the Fraser Valley and back down and around, with like the supersonic jets and whatnot. And I used to see them like fly by in the view from my patio growing up, which was wild. You'd just be hanging out and chilling, and then so like, it's just like, what the fuck? Why are the Blue Angels? Sudden loud noises. So many metal objects are getting melted. How much steel are we at? Oh. 13. Okay, well, we got lots of brass. Lots of copper. Lots of iron. You personally don't drink anything while soldering because it's a good way to ingest lead and crap in flux, in new flux solutions. You're a bit obsessive about hazmat safety. I personally don't solder for that reason. Like, that's the reason why when I need soldering done, I literally will go pay somebody to do it for me because I don't have any ventilation for that sort of thing in my apartment whatsoever. So for me, I consider that to like be like a somewhat dangerous activity. So I intentionally avoid soldering for that reason. I love that we keep finding emeralds. You don't find emeralds so often. Keep finding emeralds. But yeah, every now and again, like some project will come up and Chad will be like, oh yeah, you can just solder that together. And I'm like, I live in a one-room apartment with no ventilation. That's not happening. How dead are you? You're totally fine, dude. It's one of those things where it's like, if you smoke a cigarette once in your life, you're not going to get lung cancer. If you inhale fumes from lead once in your life, your brain's not going to fall apart. It's kind of, you're fine. Probably worse for you to stare at a phone or look at a computer screen. All right, unpause. And donk. Let's see. Discovered a magma pool. Really now? Surprise Pikachu. All right. That's not a very easily accessible one. Not hard to access either. That certainly is a portal to hell, though. Yeah, absolutely. No questions asked there. Kind of just want to stop where we're at and not dig any closer. Caravan from the elves have arrived. All right, trade with the elves. Portal to Hell is a real thing? Yep. Sorry, I'm a pretty spoilerific stream to watch. I'm not one of those people who'll be like, the circus and redacted and all those other things that the community says. Like if I talk about portals to hell, I'm talking about portals to hell and demons and all that stuff. No, there's literally portals to hell in Dwarf Fortress. And there are literally Satan in there. There are literally Satan in there. That's a sentence I just said. There are things down there that will kill you real fast. That's DF Endgame, if you want to call it that. It's like, if you've ever played Dwarf Fortress and had to fight Forgotten Beasts, how about fighting like 500 Forgotten Beasts in a couple of minutes? That's what happens when you dig into hell. They all just pile out. It's like they call it the circus and a clown car for a reason. And then they start having children, and you're like, oh my god, there's so many. And half of them shoot fireballs. Good time. You started to play Dwarf Fortress before Dwarf Fortress people talk about being a demon in adventure mode? If people talk about being you would start to play Dwarf Fortress if people talked about playing a demon in adventure. I mean, you can't play, you probably can play a demon in adventure mode, actually. I shouldn't say can't. I only know how to be an angel in adventure mode. That's the only way and that's just where you discover a fun spire and then retire and then create a new adventure as part of that faction, and then you can be an angel in adventure mode, which is completely different than being an angel in the outfield, which is a movie. I don't know why my brain went to Angels in the Outfield, but here I live. What do I want to sell these elves? A bunch of rings. Wait, hold up. Earrings, okay. Sure. I mean, while we're talking about strange Christian movies, we can talk about how heaven can wait. Anybody seen that movie? Guy dies and then, like, goes to heaven and then gets sent home because he died too early and they put him in a different guy's body. Stupid movie. I enjoyed it. It's like playing a goblins, but clothes and armor don't exist for your size. Oh, that's fine. So you're basically just a sad demon who's naked all the time. Very dwarfy. Heaven can wait. Yep. That's a movie I watched when I was little at church once. Isn't that the plot to Monkey Bone? Fuck if I know. Never saw Monkey Bone. I've only seen one. I wasn't aware that there was more. Strange movie. Sure, Brahms. Most Brendan Fraser movies aren't worth watching. No offense to Brendan Fraser, but like... doesn't really surprise me all that much. Bad marriages can ruin. So what about Johnny Depp? Not that Johnny Depp got ruined, but... Alright. Elves, what do you have? Brought a cougar. Cardinal? Brought a cougar and a cardinal. I'm gonna buy all this fruit. I brought sand pears and peaches. I have peaches and apples. This is gonna be great. Also, for those of you who don't know, items that the elves don't want to buy show up as purple or red, depending on how you have it, your colors set. So if they have wood on them, they'll be purple on this screen. So just with a quick check, you can very easily trade with elves. There's so many enter pushes. I cannot wait until we have a search function for this. I'm also aware that I missed some. Don't really need those almonds. I mostly just want the fruit. Trade. There we go. Need more goblets. Let's go back to filling in this floor. It's been too long since I ridiculously overworked the dwarves, so let's get back to that. Back to our culture. Ow. Why do I always do that? I always do hit the floor button the first time, and then after the floor button, it's always fortifications. Always do that. I don't know why. Also, you know, I think there's a lot of truth to that statement of bad marriages can ruin an actor. I can think of a lot of actors that have been ruined in recent years because of, like, either poor marriages or poor decisions because of that marriage. Like, Will Smith. Just to name another one. Shitty situation, that one, but... What was that? Floor over a void? There's no void. What void are you talking about? This is literally my own fort. I'm building a roof, or a top floor, which is going to become a library eventually. A very large library, but still a library. Because of the slap incident. Well, he slapped Chris Rock because Chris Rock insulted his wife. Like, Chris Rock made a stupid, out-of-place joke, and then Will Smith acted irrationally, and it's like, well, I mean, both of them are kind of taking a career hit off of that now. What is the blue color? How do you not know this? You watch the stream all the time. That's open space. Open space. Or above ground. It's literally just air. That's not a void. A void would imply that it leads nowhere. It's open space. A void is a technical term for a bug that can happen in Dwarf Fortress where you have nothing but you have something. And I've built voids before in Dwarf Fortress. The easiest way to do it is to have frozen water over top of an open space, and then you cave something into it. And it gives you a bunch of down ramps with dots on them that you can't build on, but the dwarves can walk across, and there's technically nothing there, according to the game. That's a void. So, no, I'm not building over a void. I'm building over open space. Two dumbasses are a force to be reckoned with. Do you guys have any positive sayings, Tygo? Because I feel like every single time a Ukrainian's just like, we have a saying in my country, or as like my neighbor's Ukrainian, or like, we here, this is a joke from my country, or something. It's always like either absurdly dark, self-deprecating, or angry. It's like, do you guys have any nice sayings? Happy sayings? Or is everything just like dreary and rainy all the time? But two dumbasses is a force to be reckoned with. I guess that makes Dumb and Dumber a much more serious film. A bird in the hand is worth making birds stew. Is this one of those if life gives you lemons type thing? Because that's how it reads to me. If life gives you lemons, make lemonade. If life gives you a dead bird, make a soup. Seems about the same to me. Dang it, the ghost is back. Military's getting all freaked out because stupid ghost keeps hanging around. As a Slav, how are you is an invitation for the person being asked to dump all their worries onto you. I guess this is like just Western privilege talking, hey? It's like, I don't know, like, whenever I'm like, we have a saying here in Canada, it's always like something tongue-in-cheek or amusing or like a joke or something that maybe makes fun of us but like is funny. Are two intertwined with your culture to be easily translatable or explainable? I mean, I would say that about a lot of your jokes too. Like whenever my neighbor tries to make a joke that she would normally say in Ukrainian or Russian, it never translates well. You're complaints-based communication. So if you guys are complaints-based communication, then Finland is just sign language because they don't speak with each other at all. They just look, glare, keep walking. I mean, that I agree with. That's smiling for no reason is an American thing. Because in the States, everybody is constantly like sizing everybody up as a threat. Does that person have a gun? Are they carrying a gun? Are they going to shoot me? So everybody in the States smiles at you for no reason because they're trying to say, I'm not a threat. You get that less here, but you still get that sometimes here. Laugh at yourself like a joke? I think it depends. I think it depends. A lot on where or what kind of environment you've spent most of your life in. But the common conversation she remembers, even in English, she still dies. The common conversation she remembers was, even in English, she still dies. I mean... It is what it is, suck it up vibe. Yeah, I can see that. Although I feel like my neighbor has watched too much Russia Today in her life, so. That's a fisher dwarf. We don't need any of those. We'll let you in. Likes to take it easy. Me too, dwarf. Who doesn't like to take it easy? Not officially, but that's like asking, is Instagram still available in Russia? Not officially. It was up until, I think it was like 5 days after Russia decided to go full Leroy Jenkins. It was like 3 to 5 days or something before it was all shut down over here. And all the stuff was removed from YouTube. But, like, you can still find it. Just like anything. It's the internet. It's not impossible to lock everything down. All right. I'm gonna go turn my fan off and dehumidifier off because it's no longer humid in here and I don't need it running. I'll be back in a sec. I return. But yeah, I think as a Canadian, I've spent my entire life just trying to be like, we have an identity that isn't just a false American. That's been my entire existence as a Canadian, is just reminding people that yes, Canadians act differently than a lot of Americans. Also, it looks like that stuff's starting to burn out. Yay! Hallelujah. That's wonderful. That is fantastic. You know, I think that my favorite anything from video games media that happened around the time Russia invaded Ukraine, my favorite tweet that I saw, Tygo, was from the YouTuber Splattercat Gaming. And he literally just wrote, you know, I could have saved Putin a lot of time. You want to know where to not invade? Try being locked in a house for an entire pandemic with an angry Ukrainian lady, in brackets, my wife. He's like, I could have just put her on the phone with him for like 30 minutes and he would know that that's a really bad idea to invade that country. It's a very funny tweet. I need to go grab it to get the exact wording, but that was pretty much the gist of it. He's just like, you don't want to be locked in a room with an angry Ukrainian person. Because his wife is, like, American Ukrainian. But John Carmack, oh boy. That's you know, I might actually have to listen to an episode of Lex Fieldman. Damn. I mean, okay, I have a question. How much does John Carmack talk about his car? Because every single time I've ever heard John Carmack talk in my life, he goes on about his car for a very long period of time. Like the one time I watched a QuakeCon panel with John Carmack, it was literally just they shouldn't have titled it John Carmack talks about engine design. They should have titled it John Carmack talks about his car for an hour and a half and then talks about engine design for about 10 minutes. It was supposed to be about rendering, but it ended up with him just talking about installing new hubcaps on his car. Just remember, John Carmack backed Jupiter Hell. Not that that has anything to do with anything, but... True, but his car isn't a Mac. You know, if he drove a Mac truck, that would be even funnier. That would be perfect, actually. John Carmack should own a Mac. But yeah, you are not wrong. It is, in fact, in his name. Speaking of in his name and, like, old school game devs, do you guys know that everybody's favorite long-haired game developer, John Romero, is making a new first-person shooter? They're hiring right now. So if you want to go work for Romero Games and you want to work on a new John Romero FPS, they're hiring. But you might have to move to Ireland. Yeah, here it is. We're hiring. It's a new dawn for Romero Games. We're 100% focused on first-person shooters. The formation that built our careers, our studio, and a genre. Our current project is an all-new FPS with an original new IP. Romero Games is working with a major publisher using state-of-the-art technology, Unreal Engine 5. You know, if they make Daikatana 2, I'm here for it. Like, I'm here for it. That would be pretty fun. Brr! The planter has been possessed. gonna go plant a legendary plant. To be fair, Unreal Engine 5, pretty cool. Chat, how much do you want to bet that they're being published by Epic Games and it's an Epic Games exclusive and they're making a new Unreal? Wouldn't that be whack if they made a single-player Unreal game? I'm just gonna say that out loud because I want to will that into existence. Interesting. So Dwarfs claimed a magma glass furnace. Rough color. You probably need raw glass. Can't be Unreal. Epic won't allow it. What if it's Epic that's paying them? They're working with a major publisher. I don't know. And they're using Unreal Engine 5. That's the only logic. I mean, I'd prefer that than a single-player Fortnite, so you know what? I guess I would prefer nothing then, by that logic. Here comes some new dwarves. Jump back to that planter. Anyway, yeah, Romero Games is working on a new first-person shooter. I want to get off of John Romero's Wild Ride, and it's just footage of Daikatana. Nuclear sneeze? You know what I'm really sad about, though? Like, really sad about? They delayed Gloomwood by 3 weeks, which means it comes out September 6th. I was so excited to play Gloomwood on the 16th of this month. I was so ready. So ready. Also, I'm kind of shocked that John Romero is making a new first-person shooter in Unreal Engine 5 and not just going like the boomer shooter route. Like, is anybody else kind of shocked by that? Like I have a feeling they're going to try and make something that looks like id Tech, right? Like, they're going to try and make something that looks like the new Doom games. To me, it's actually a little bit weird that they're making something that would run in Unreal 5 and not, you know. Anybody making raw grain glass? Just making sure. I have, like, no glass makers. What's wrong? Collect sand. Oh, yeah, okay. I've got 3 doors. Raw grain glass are all just at the top. But yeah, no, it's weird to me that they're not going in the direction of just, like, making a New Blood style boomer shooter. Because those games do great. Like, if I can look at Postal. Like, when was the last time people liked a Postal game? Postal 2? Like, decades ago? Whereas Postal Brain Damaged is just, like, casually fucking 3,500 overwhelmingly positive reviews. Like, game's doing great. Id, the Swords Master, has named an adamantine short sword. Good for you, Dwarf. And, Lemuel wishes to join the Ancient Beard as a citizen of Threatdweller. Sure. You've been in the fort for a year. Why not? Interesting. Chat, did you know that if you set somebody to be interrogated, when they come back and visit the fort a second time, that interrogation is still valid? This guy, this zombie, human farmer, stole an artifact from us. And then made it off the map with the artifact. And has now come back. Met with the subject and made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information, and the subject naively complied. Confessed to theft. We found the entire route of this entire conspiracy. The subject, Mob Goose Chaoses, is an alias. And in the past, the subject used It Hailshort. So they've used Mab and It Hailshort as aliases. In the summer of 135, the subject corrupted an unidentified creature to can secure embezzled funds in worship veils. The subject met with an unidentified creature, and and while completely misreading the situation, made a threat, and the unidentified creature valued the law and refused. So their first attempt to embezzle funds was in the year 135. They tried again in 151, the Bacardi year, and plotted to infiltrate the Arches of Wisdom in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. The subject plotted to infiltrate the Sweltering Sand in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. That's one of my previous fortresses, by the way. The subject plotted to infiltrate the Halls of Defending in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature in 179. And then which is another one of my previous fortresses. And then they revealed that in 188, the subject plotted to infiltrate the Crimson Joys, another one of my fortresses, to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. By the way, coups are not actually a functional mechanic in the game yet. They're just a Legends mode thing, but will be a functional mechanic once we get Dylan's Features Part 2. And then in 219, the subject plotted to infiltrate the Ancient Beard, that's us, and in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. So, espionage! Oh, an unidentified creature. And there we go. Which means Ivek here, this Void Hunter, gets to go to prison for charges of espionage, which is 225 days in prison. Not that a zombie's gonna care much about going to prison, but, you know. How do we reveal the unidentified creature? We have to find more minions. Or convict him of another crime. It's a necromancer somewhere. I know that for fact. It's either a necromancer or a demon somewhere. Just because you skip town doesn't mean your criminal charge goes away. Yeah, no, I like the fact that like the what's it called? The thing stuck around. Also, our dwarf is making an artifact. Not the thing. The order stuck around. I'm just happy that the game remembers it because I've never seen that happen before. What's the address? Brange. Probably. Throw him into the volcano. Oh, we'll do that. I mean, I'll stab him to death eventually. That critter's not leaving here. But I'm going to let him stare at the wall for a bit first. That, or I just seal him in the prison cell. That's also a perfectly valid option, I think. So someone sent me a link to this game in my email called Gun Devil, which is like a free arcade shmup. Maybe I'll make a video about it. I'm looking at mature content description. The developers describe the content like this: violence, pixelated blood and gore from cartoony demons. Words, it's got some swearing in it. Nudity, there's a boob statue. No nipples though, lol. Nudity. There's a boob statue. There's no nipples though. Lol. I don't know. Looks kind of neat. Here, I'll give you a link. It's free. I don't know. It was later. Dev sent me an email saying, "Hey, would you like to cover my game?" I thought that mature content description was funny. There's a boob statue. No nipples though. Also, I wonder if the But yeah, this implicates somebody. That the unknown person is what we need to find. So I need to just, interrogate other people that show up, right? And kind of the beauty of it, the implicate somebody thing, is I can interrogate my own dwarves. I can interrogate visitors. I can interrogate anybody. Like Caleb the farmer, I think. Where are you? Yeah, I could just like go down to visitors who are past the ceased, I think. Unless I have none. Oh no, I do have some. But yeah, no, so when we get visitors, I can then interrogate visitors as well as my own dwarves. Just looking for a specific dwarf. I think it's still alive. Be unfortunate if you weren't. This one. I'm going to interrogate that person because they might know something. Because that dwarf is the one that passed the guy the artifact. So maybe this person knows what that unidentified creature is. And jetted and it was 5 times the price, then all your money went into Gorgonzola. And then one turn and it's also 5 times the price? So how much money do you have right now? That sounds like if you had like 100 plus on that sale, you might be on the leaderboards now. All right, let's follow that strange mood, dwarf. Still, please tell me those are emeralds. Yeah, it's an emerald. Hell yeah. You're at 2.5 milli on turn 17. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, so what all did this dwarf grab? So this is a magma glass furnace. Marquee cut emeralds, pigtail cloth, very fancy pigtail cloth. Cherry wood logs, 2 lapis lazulis, rough. Conglomerate blocks, iron bars, and raw green glass. Any bets on what this dwarf makes, Jairam? Bank has about 300. Good stuff. Yeah, I mean, that'll... I mean, if you can get above, I think it's like 9 million, you'll be in the top 15. It is getting harder to get into the top 10, but... Yes, you need just over 9 million to get top 15. But yeah, any bets on what that dwarf makes? We're still melting down armor. Look at all of this armor I have to melt down. It's ridiculous how much I have. All right, let's jump over to bars. And you queue up. Pig iron bars. And then we can start making steel from that. I've got a suspended wall construction. So we're going to start making pig iron. And with that pig iron, I can start making steel. All right, let's check out the re-interrogation of Caleb. No new pertinent information was revealed. All right. Well, Ivak, you enjoy your year's sentence. This is a pretty poppin' tavern, gotta say. You know what's something I'm curious to see? I'm curious to see when premium releases, if we have people recommending to try Classic, if you want to see if you like the game or not. Because that's something I'm quite curious about. I'm quite curious to see if the Dwarf Fortress community at large starts recommending Dwarf Fortress Classic. Are those hooked up? Yes, okay. That's something I'm real curious to see. Because Classic's going to be free and have largely the same features. Maybe we could extradite him to other forts. I can tell you right now that's not how that works, but man, that would be cool. A lot of those interrogation functions and stuff, though, are only half completed. Once those features are finished, there's going to be a lot more we're going to be able to do with them. Like, we'll be able to use them as agents against other people. Right? Which is the feature that, a major feature that the game is missing. Kind of surprised that the goblins haven't invaded us again yet, though. To the point where I'm considering going and attacking others. Also, looks like that dwarf that was depressed stopped being depressed. Oh, nice. Someone's dog is yapping really loudly. Someone must have left their dog alone and they don't like it. This will stop stuff from boiling over. It'll also stop the baddies from climbing in or climbing up onto the walls, which they did last time. Well, that's kind of neat. Burr the planter has created Agatharsis Alec Oristis, a green glass bucket, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Etur Trade Pillars. A bucket. We can make a very expensive well. It's worth 74,400. Scraped Knights, the humor of recluses. This is a green glass bucket. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned conglomerate cabochons and decorated with cherry wood, and encircled with bands of cushion cut lapis lazulis, and the handle is made from lapis lazuli. This object menaces with spikes of iron and pigtail. On the item is an image of a gizzard stone in green glass. On the item is an image of ratweed in emerald. Is that like a reference to something? Because I don't get it, animal. Also, I have an artifact chain up here. Like 90% certain. Yes. Okay, so that's an artifact chain. I'm going to make a well with an artifact bucket and an artifact chain. Yeah, of course I remember you, Harry Frankfurt. Long time ago, you used to stream. Long time ago. Saw you on my Discord recently. I was like, I know that name. What's up? How's things? What brings you back to Twitch? You thought he'd stop by and say hi? It's like Minecraft, but you control a bajillion dudes. And it looks confusing as fuck, but each different layer that I fly through is like a layer of Minecraft blocks. Dwarves suspended construction of a wall. Fair enough. I'll fix that later. You just missed the community? The community is fractured these days. Like, the old school Twitch community that used to exist just is dead and gone now, unfortunately. But kind of the, oops, that's not where I wanted to go. The one nice thing about it is, oh, what kind of blocks do I want to use? Okay, let's use green glass block, okay? Expensive fancy artifact bucket, and expensive fancy artifact chain. I also have an artifact mechanism. Perfect. The only thing that isn't artifact is the block, but I don't think I could make that into an artifact. A big brain game? Sure. It's free though, so it's not that big brain. You could just go play it. So chat, this is an artifact. This is a well made with an artifact bucket, an artifact chain, and an artifact mechanism. Clap. We did it. But yeah, I don't know. Still enjoy hanging out with people? Yeah, I don't know. The vast majority of the old connections I used to have on Twitch are just kind of no more. It's basically an artifact well. I mean, the only part of it that's not an artifact is the only part that can't be an artifact, which is the block, right? Because you can't make artifact blocks. Which, you know, can I just say, the most important block of anything is the corner block, right? The corner block of any building is the most important part of the building because that's what holds up the basic structure of the building. I feel like there should be a chance for dwarves to name the corner block of a fortress, but then they would need to know which block is the corner block, so I guess that would be a little bit too confusing. But, you know. Should we build it until they design it right? Can wells have different quality amounts? Because if they can, that's news to me. Time to mod in artifact blocks? Nah, it's fine. It'll be an MVW. Most valuable well. But we can have a pseudo artifact block, I think, using a block as a weapon. Don't ask you how. I know how to use blocks as a weapon. And so I guess, like, if you make them use blocks as a weapon and then they name the block, is that what you're suggesting? 35 minutes to clean your whole apartment. You know, worth it, I say. Worth it. You know, a lot of people, I think, overthink cleaning of their own space. Starts with not overthinking it. But as far as like Twitch goes, like hanging out with people, the vast majority of the people that I used to talk to on Twitch, I don't talk to anymore. Like the only people on this site that I actively communicate with now are my team, who I work with every day. Basically, it's like it's the people I work with all the time, and that's the only people I ever talk to. Just period. I'm terrible at tidying. My place is immaculately clean. I had an appraiser look at my apartment recently for my landlord yesterday, actually. And while she was in here, she just commented. She's like, "Your place is really clean." I also had a fireman replace my smoke detector because the building got all the smoke, mandated all the smoke detectors get replaced recently. And he also commented on how clean my apartment is. But when the appraiser was in my apartment, she's just like, "Yeah, no, you know, every now and again I have to appraise apartments like that Cindy, my landlord, manages." And she's just like, "Your place is extremely clean." It's like, I think it's a mess, so, you know, I guess it's all relevant. Hello, Melvino. How's things? We're making a very fancy well, or we made a very fancy well. It's an artifact well, essentially. It's made with green glass blocks, an artifact bucket, an artifact chain, and artifact mechanism. Yeah, same. I mean, it's really funny, actually, when you start gaining some success, because then those people reach out to you again. It's like, oh, yeah, we'll work together sometime. Sure, definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Shame. I know, man. No artifact block. I should have made it like a block of soap or something. Actually, that would have been kind of amusing. Like, what is this well? Oh, it's self-cleaning well. What are you talking about? Well, it's made out of soap. God, throat, stop it. Told them to brew too many drinks. We're gonna slow down on that. Leave them on read? Nah. I don't really talk to many people, though. I'm not, I was never particularly good at the networking thing on Twitch, and the content I make doesn't lend itself to easy networking. Like, I've had some people ask me recently, they're like, are you going to TwitchCon? I'm like, no, for many reasons, but also doesn't really benefit me at all. Is there a management element to this game? Oh boy. All right, so Dwarf Fortress is 3 things. It's possibly the most believable world generator ever created. It's a base building management game, and it's a single-player RPG. It's also a book, sort of. So there's 3 main modes of play for Dwarf Fortress. There's Fortress mode, Adventure mode, and Legends mode. We're playing Fortress mode, where you build a fortress of dwarves. Adventure mode is essentially Kenshi, if you've ever played Kenshi. But you control either a single character or a party of characters, and you adventure around. You can go on quests. You can just be a murder hobo. You can slay monsters. You can assist villages. You can find kidnapped children. You can, I don't know, build a base, claim land. You can do all that sort of stuff. And then there's Legends mode, which basically just gives you the entire history of the world as a book. Now, when you generate a world in this game, it doesn't give you a map, right? It gives you hundreds of years of history, and every single individual entity, character, creature, monster, book is all tracked and kept track of. The game generates forms of poetry, forms of music, musical instruments, creatures, factions, religions, guilds, cities, historical figures, did I say civilizations? Civilizations, art, books. Like playing Dwarf Fortress is like playing D&D with yourself, but the game does all the world prep for you, and you're the DM. That's Dwarf Fortress. It's also the only place you can find extremely detailed descriptions of a baby melting in lava. So, yeah. Also, it's free, so. But there will be a paid version in, like, a couple of months, probably. That's releasing on Steam. And itch.io. So if you go to Steam and you type in Dwarf Fortress, you'll find it. Currently, I'm mostly just prepping for another inevitable siege, because the goblins are going to siege us, and they're going to siege us probably soon. Well, I'm kind of hoping soon. And when they do, we got to be ready for them. But I'm working on this, which needs a roof. So let's do that. Oh, I know what the dog outside is barking at. They're barking at the construction sounds. Poor dog. But yeah, aside from the game, not much has really changed around here. Half the same people watch me still. Soap poisoning well? You know dwarves aren't affected by poison, right? I could have made that entire well out of lead too, and they'd be fine. I'm so happy that Dwarf Fortress doesn't track lead poisoning. That would be a not fun thing to deal with. You know, I wonder, if I completely enclose this, will the windmills in there still work? I'm assuming they will. But I hadn't really thought about building walls around windmills, stopping my windmills from working. I mean, I could always just, like, carve fortifications on the side, and that would be fine, too. Well, I don't know about what you're talking about, Diamond, but I do know that September 2nd, 2022, Friday, 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific time, Zach and Tarn Adams will be doing a demo of the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress live on stage at PAX West. I'm not going to PAX West, but I'm going to stay home and watch that, that's for sure, because it'll be live streamed. And I'm going to see if I can help them set it up properly. What am I using all that power for? Oh, just pumping lava from the center of the earth into my wall, as you do. All these pumps. Up in my wall, right here. That's what I'm using that power for. That's the power. That's what we did yesterday, was I built that. If you're wondering why Masterworks keep getting lost, it's because I'm melting stuff down. I mean, how else am I going to dump the lava on the bad guys when they attack me? Which is only a matter of time. Although, if they don't attack me in, like, the next 3 months in game, I think I might start attacking them. That'll show them for making me wait so long between fights. The whole goal of this fortress is to get the king and queen from the faction here, so we have to crank up the value in any way possible. Currently, I'm doing that by attacking people. Or getting attacked and melting down their stuff and making it into expensive things. I think it would have been all these pumps inside your wall. Animal, thanks for gifting 6 months worth of sub to Harry Frankfurt, who you may have played Roller Coaster Tycoon with at one point. Actually, I can't remember. Did you ever play on the multiplayer servers back in the day? Genuinely can't remember who played and who didn't. But thanks, Animal, for gifting 6 months worth of sub to everybody's favorite Harry Frankfurt. Yeah, I know you did, Animal. You built the toaster, did you not? Or was that somebody else? You never played multiplayer? Gotcha. Well, Animal's from those days. Yeah, I will never forget the giant fucking toaster that you made that one week. I remember just like you saying, don't look at this corner of the map for a bit. And I was like, all right. And then you were like, look at this corner of the map. And I went over to the corner of the map and there was a giant toaster in the middle of the map. And I was like, huh. So proud. That was a very large toaster. I mean, I still remember that toaster, so it was memorable. M. Ukasespo, the goblin criminal, is visiting. Well, sorry, I don't mean to judge based on appearances, Mr. Goblin, or Mrs. Goblin, I haven't checked. But, that is, your name and, like, job title make you kind of suspect. So we're going to interrogate you, as part of the espionage against my fortress. Goblin criminal. There you are. Goblin criminal. There we go. Visiting, yes. It's even better when it's like the pictures. God, that's yeah. I remember saying that. And I also remember the context of that, but I won't explain it. So it's real fun when you have like vampire criminal gang leader is visiting. It's like, oh great, yeah, you seem totally fine. Stabs him to death on the front porch. It should be a good gobbo. Oh, it's probably fine, but like, I'm still gonna like. Okay, think about it this way. Whenever I cross the border into the States, they like to pull me aside because I must look very similar to somebody who likes to sell illegal things. And so whenever I try to cross the border into the States, specifically via bus here, I get searched. Like, they take me into a private room and question me for like 10 minutes. They go through all my bags. It's happened every single time I've been in the States, with the exception of once. Going down every single time. If I'm going into the States, they interrogate me, practically. And it's not fun. Anyway, the point that I'm making with this is we're just, he looks sus, so he doesn't have to have done anything. He could be totally fine. But the fact that he looks sus and his job title makes him sus, profiling. Yes. It's just like, I'm sus at borders because I'm a long-haired white guy from Canada going into the States who's on paper unemployed. Like, I tell them what my job is and they look at me like I'm lying. I'm like, I swear I play video games on the internet. Why are you like trying to accuse me of crimes when all I do is just play video games? Like, come on. Likely story. Playing video games, says surly old border guard. Like, the last time I went into the States was actually for PAX. The last time I took the bus into the States was for PAX. And the border guard said, why are you going to the States it was a Wednesday that I was heading down. Because PAX started on Thursday. And I was like, well, I'm going for PAX. And he goes, and what do you do for a living? And I'm like, why do you need to know that? And then he's just like, what do you do for a living? It's like, I play video games. I'm a content creator. I make videos for YouTube and I stream. And he goes, okay, what do you do for a living? Like, he just paused and says, okay, like, I acknowledge that you do that, but what do you do for a living? I'm like, what do you want from me? Are my eyes the problem? I doubt that. My eyes aren't that obvious unless you know what you're looking for. We attempted to make intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was cagey and refused to comply. In retrospect, the interrogator may have completely misjudged the subject's character. Well, sus gobby criminal, getting away scot-free because my interrogator sucks. TLDR. That's a chair, not a wall. I don't think you can do multiple times. Not for the same thing, anyway. Yeah, it gives them the already interviewed. Oh, no, I can't interrogate them again. So we're going to interrogate him again, and I'm also going to interrogate this Void Hunter. Again. Who's the guy that's, in prison already. I'm also going to interrogate the Void Hunter based on this. Also, hey, Troopin'. What's up, dude? We also have this second Void Hunter, who I'm going to also interrogate for both cases. So you got 2 Void Hunters and that Goblin. Could you interrogate the deceased? Not how Dwarf Fortress works. You can only interrogate the undead. So I guess theoretically, if someone died, you could like try to res them. And if you happened to res a friendly, intelligent zombie, then you could interrogate that zombie. But you'd only be able to get information out of them if they still have the capability of speaking. So if their head was removed, you wouldn't get any information out of them. Actually, had that happen once. I was trying to interrogate a zombie, and then I read their description. It was like, his head is missing. I was like, oh. Anyway, we misjudged the subject's character a second time with the zombie. Zombies probably just got much better, like, resistance skills than the dwarf. We're interrogating the zombie in prison again, and humans have arrived to trade. No new information was revealed from the zombie. Map's too large. So we've probably got... We're watching a growing demonstration. This is what you give to small children so that they go, I'm a big kid now. Oh, you know what I need? I hate these, but... Got dwarves fishing anyway. Might as well make a fishery. Also, right now would be the best time for these guys to steal something from the fort because everybody's leaving to go, you know, trade. Although we are interrogating the other Void Hunter. Oh. Being of that other Void Hunter the other Void Hunter is sharing rumors. Shared many tales from the beyond Threatdweller, which could be the locations of things where certain factions are, factions that have expanded that we're not aware of. We're learning that he has no new information. Also, a human maceman is visiting. Careful, chat. That human is going to spray us with mace. And... Ha! Excellent. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on a second. Okay, so a bunch of stuff happened like 20 years ago that wasn't important. The subject revealed that in mid-autumn of 222, the subject plotted to infiltrate the ancient beard in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. That's us. The subject corrupted Interrogator in order to have an agent in Threatdweller. The subject met with Interrogator and made a threat. The Interrogator spurred the law and agreed willingly. The Interrogator plotted to steal Thronewinded, the splattered defender, under the influence of the subject. Chat, our captain of the guard just self-reported. I'm putting that on the subreddit because I've never seen that before. That's... That's incredible. I mean, I just put it on the subreddit if you want a link. Yeah, I mean, clip that too if you want, but I might even make it into a short if people want. We need to interrogate the interrogator? Clearly, yeah, we need to interrogate the interrogator. Actually, oh my god. Okay, so this guy, Umisi, confessed to... as part of this, Umisi confessed to taking my interrogator. And, okay, so 2 crimes against you. The question is... No. Okay, so let's just pause for a few seconds and let it move. Kind of surprised. Okay, so Umisi the Void Hunter doesn't seem to have any sentence pending. I guess this means that I need to swap my captain of the guard to somebody else. How so? Frog. All right, let's give it to this person, Zan, temporarily. All right. Justice. As part of this, I'm going to find my captain of the guard that is no longer captain of the guard. It's a nicknamed dwarf, which means they shouldn't be too hard to find. He says that as he then proceeds to miss it. Wait, hold on. Was that you on the first page? You know what? Let's just interrogate the Void Hunter again. Okay, so it's Aton is the name of that dwarf. Aton Sonderbar. There you are. So we're going to also... Okay, so I now have a temporary new captain of the guard who's going to go and interrogate both of those dwarves. Or the dwarf and the human zombie person thing. But I need to find this new captain of the guard. Okay, we'll give it a sec. I might just... If he comes up clean, I might just give him his job back, but... Is there a difference to the world if you go to jail or if you expel them? Equal? Okay, so if somebody goes to jail, like, okay, so if you convict somebody and they go to jail in Dwarf Fortress, the dwarves get happy thoughts because person who committed a crime against them went to prison. If you just expel them, the dwarves just get frustrated that the crime goes unpunished. So if you want to expel a dwarf that committed a crime, the best thing to do is put them in prison, and once they're done with their sentence, then expel them. But if you just expel them, that is not going to jail at all. So yes, there's a huge difference. Are you asking if you should set up a jail? Because yes, you should. In Dwarf Fortress, it's very useful. For some reason, a lot of people have this bizarre obsession in Dwarf Fortress with completely ignoring... hell yeah, animal. A lot of people just have this weird obsession with completely ignoring the prison systems in Dwarf Fortress, and it's a really fun set of mechanics, so I don't fully understand why people do that. All right. Ah, well, that's fun. The Etten Ari has come. Ari. A giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. And it is playing Bollywood really loudly, or Bloodywood really loudly. Subject confessed to espionage. Would you look at that? Literally did self-report. Wow. I mean, that's kind of awesome. Subject confessed to espionage. Made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. Subject was too afraid to not comply. That's crazy. Now the question is, does he get prison time for that? No, I don't think he does. Well, I mean, Umisi, the human does, but I guess because the actual crime never happened. Oh wait, hold up. Oh, okay. So this is the one that would be implicated, I would think. Let's give it a few seconds. Let it run for a bit. See if the game processes it. Things will get complicated, but you need to learn from courtroom dramas. You know, honestly, if Tarn wants to just watch a couple seasons of Judge Judy and put a courtroom drama into Dwarf Fort, I'm in. Okay, well, at least this other person didn't do anything. Yeah, so it looks like because nothing was actually stolen... Nothing was actually stolen from the fortress. The only thing that happened was the plan for espionage happened. But because nothing was actually... You know, I wonder... Okay, so here's a theory, right? Evil villains or people that infiltrate your fortress to cause problems in your fortress, like this human here... I wonder if the process of interrogating this human Void Hunter... No, he didn't confess his boss, Spider. So, Spider Venom, you missed something. I think, maybe. I think the process, or the time it took from the dwarf to lead this character from my tavern to the office to interrogate him is the amount of time it took for him to corrupt him and convince him to steal an object. Because I assume what they do is they go into the fortress, they convince somebody to steal an object, and then they hang out for a bit. So I think me just like interrogating that person the second they showed up by default gave them enough time to do that. And because the dwarf knew, obviously the dwarf knew. All right, well, anyway, I'm going to give Sounderbar their job back because they didn't actually do the thing. I wonder what actually... you know, another way that could have happened would be like, instead of, oh, you're implicated in this crime, it's more of a... The guy's trying to convince him to join his side while he's going to interrogate him. And it's like, well... we're on our way to my office right now. I'm going to interrogate you. And he's like, how about instead of that, you steal this artifact for me? And then he goes, how about you go to prison for 200 days? Yeah, sometimes they're at the edge of the map. Well, it takes the dwarf or character that gets implicated a long time to actually steal the object, right? So sometimes they're at the edge of the map, sometimes they're in the tavern, sometimes they're, like, depends on what zones you have set up. Although they usually do the pass off in a public space, like the tavern, if you have a tavern set up. If you don't, then they just, yeah, they hide at the edge of the map and then stuff disappears. But anyway, that is funny. I've never seen that happen that way before. Do they only steal artifacts? Yeah, they only steal named items. Also, speaking of artifacts, look at this rare artifact volcano. It's getting cool looking. There's a link. You want it? Although it's kind of funny because the link is literally in the top left of the screen when I show that. It's the watermark, like, just go to that link and you'll find an embed of it. It's Iceland. Is the justice system easy to get your head around? If you understand the way the Dwarf Fortress UI works, yeah, it's super easy. Premium version will make that a lot easier. But you kind of have to already understand how DF works. You on your way out, Harry? Finish up getting ready for uni. Have a good time at uni. Cheers. I mean, I've never gone far. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, still here. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't find it particularly difficult, but I also don't. I'm one of those weirdos who says Dwarf Fortress isn't difficult, so I don't know. Maybe I'm not the best person to ask if the UI element in Dwarf Fortress is easy to wrap your head around. That is toasty hot. I mean, yes, it's definitely hot. Sweltering, even. Bernie, even. Dwarf Fortress has decided to cease, it seems. Not sure why. It's thinking of something. Oh, there it goes. You find the UI easy to manage? Then yeah, dabble with the justice mechanics. A lot of people complain that, like, their dwarves... Oh, game's not responding again. I don't know what it's doing. Game's processing something. I find that a lot of people complain that their dwarves are having mood problems, and I always ask them, it's like, do you have a justice system? It is crazy the amount of good moods your dwarves get when you have a functioning justice system. Any dwarf that values the law immediately will automatically go, well, why is this? Hold on. Are you in prison for some reason? No? You're not Why are you just hanging out in this prison cell, dwarf? Study or you're a strange dwarf. Hold on, do you just like chains? Felt pleasure near a fine restraint. You like late pewter, golden barrel, angel shark tooth, the color blue, floodgates, alpacas for their jutting words. Nope. Just was hanging out around chains. Sometimes they move from the chain to, and you have to release them from the cage? What? I don't understand spider venom. Why would you have to unbuild the chain? They just released the dwarves. They're not crazy. Just keep up with your mandates like a normal human being and they're not an issue. They send maybe 1 or 2 a season. Sometimes you'll get like a particularly needy mayor who needs more, and then you just go to the mayor, you replace the mayor, and you change them to something else. Right? Oh, I need to give them some offerings. Duh. Like, what have I forgotten? So, yeah, no, don't even, like, worry about unbuilding them. Because if you have a captain of the guard assigned, the captain of the guard will then go chain them up. But yeah, I don't consider that a problem. The problem is people are just really bad at managing their mayors and nobles. So if you just get good at Dwarf Fortress, you won't have a problem with your justice system because player who's bad at game will run into problems. Anyway, there's an Etten running around that I should probably kill. I was just distracted by the fun thing. Get him, dwarfs. Oh no, it's gonna kill a duck. Well, it killed a cavey. Whatever shall we do? Killed another duck. Might kill a goat. Whoop. There goes the goat. Or is that a guinea hen? I think it was a guinea hen. Swordmaster slashes the Etten in the upper left leg with an adamantine short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Rip leg. What order do you set up your industries? It's never the same order twice. Like, build order doesn't matter. Depends on what I feel like doing and what I'm trying to do with that fort. I sometimes will... hold up. Did you drop any items? Like, second to last major fort that I built, the first thing I built was magma forges. This fortress, the first thing I built was like a masonry industry because I wanted to do an above ground fortress built out of blocks. Thanks for gifting 6 months of sub to Diamond. You okay, animal? What happened? Is it payday or something? Sheesh. Well, enjoy the 6 months of subscription, Diamond. Jesus, dude. Chat, can I get a round of beers? For Animal being very kind. Oh, hit tanks indeed, yes. I was gonna say that's what the Ukrainians do, but they hit tanks. This is a very slow elf. They lost their legs in a beating. Man, I don't understand why people are so adamantly against nobles. Like, they're not a bother, they're not obnoxious, they're not crazy. They ask you to make 2 or 3 individual items a season. And it's like, that is not crazy. Every now and again, if you get a mayor who's extremely greedy, they'll ask for like 5 or 6 a season, but even then, it's like, oh, no, they asked me to make another sword, or another necklace, or another whatever. Yes, but literally tantrum spirals haven't been a consistent issue in the game in about 3 or 4 years. The first stress changes helped a lot, and this current version, I literally let these dwarves, this entire fortress of dwarves, clean up 600 decapitated, disemboweled, chopped into tiny pieces corpses. And they're all fine. We had one depressed dwarf for a little bit. There's like no issues in this game with tantrum spirals at all, unless you're intentionally attacking your own dwarves or friends of your own dwarves. It's the only thing that can still make that happen. Yeah, that was a long time ago, Rami. So it's like, that's not a concern. So people who go on about how much they hate their nobles, like, just get better at Dwarf Fortress and actually enjoy the game and play the whole game. Who cares? That's not a problem. Also, Derry Blake, if you don't like mandates, I have a solution for you. Go into your game's init files and disable them permanently. You can do that. You can edit what different nobles ask for. You can remove mandates and sales bans from all of those. If you don't want to manage that, remove it. It's just like if you don't like were creatures, delete them from the game. You can do that. If you don't want to deal with zombies and necromancers, delete that from the game. You can do that. All just in the game settings. Just have to go dig. So stop telling me they're a problem. If you don't like them, remove them. This is a self-fulfilling problem. You're creating a problem for yourself. What strategies do I use to recover depressed dwarves? Depressed dwarves aren't a problem in the current game. In previous versions, I'd look at what the dwarf wants and provide them with the thing. In deletes dwarfs, only goblins. In Long Death, if I have a particularly lost dwarf that is unrecoverable, and Long Death is 2 versions of the game behind, by the way, when stress is significantly more severe, I put them in a squad by themselves with no weapons and no training, and don't give them a place to train, and I tell them to go do what they want to do, because when they're in a squad by themselves, the only thing they do is attend to their most demanding needs. So they will go pray in the temple, they will feed themselves, they won't do any jobs, they won't work. Remove things like hauling, remove refuse hauling. Remove jobs that require them to go outside if that's what they don't like. Figure out what the dwarf doesn't like and give them that, and give them the thing that they want. It's a management game about managing the dwarven personalities. And if you don't want to deal with stress, disable the fucking stress system, which you can do with 2 buttons in DF hack. Stress level 0, or stress all 0, I think is what the command is. Like, there's literally a command to just remove all stress. So it's like, if stress is your problem, remove it. If mandates are your problem, remove it. If you don't like something about Dwarf Fortress, remove it. Don't ignore entire base mechanics with the excuse of, oh, this other mechanic exists. Don't like the other mechanic, delete it. Like, fucking problem solved. And they're not hard to manage. Like, I've been managing all of this mayor's requests. They request maybe 2 crowns a year. Maybe. And maybe 2 earrings a year. And yeah, I can't export earrings right now. That's fine. There's like 6 earrings in the fort. Not a huge issue. So I don't know. I just... Like, if a dwarf wants to practice a craft, make a bunch of guild halls and make them public. And then they'll go hang out in the guild halls and they'll train that and they'll get the same thought without actually making the craft. It's like, Dwarf Fortress has so many ways of, if the game is a problem, delete dwarffortress.exe. Problem solved. You love the chaos that brings? I love a lot of the, like, honestly for me, I intentionally leave holes and gaps and issues in my fortress. I can make a perfectly self-sustaining, indefinite fortress I could just let run. But where's the fucking fun in that? I've got my defensive system up on the surface designed specifically so some of the enemies make it in. Because that's more fun than none of them making it in. Hobo, I had a interrogator self-report. Literally was just like, as part of interrogating somebody else, they admitted to being implicated in the crime. Also, volcano. Anyway, I'm very amused by having a interrogator self-report their own crime. Very amused by this. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, the problem that I have with a large portions of the Dwarf Fortress community is people consider something a problem, and the second they consider a problem, instead of looking for a solution to that issue, they assume it's a problem and bad, and then they refuse to acknowledge it. Like nobles. There's so many people that are just like, oh yeah, I instantly kill nobles because they demanded a thing I didn't want to make. It's like, well, okay, you know that, like, if you don't like your mayor, hit replace and you can set the mayor as anybody and then just expel that mayor. Same with almost any noble job. You can also expel royalty, by the way. It's like there is solutions to these problems without pissing all your dwarves off. Speaking of solutions, we have another theft taking place. Another artifact is missing from its place, and dwarves are reporting the crime. Do I have anybody who's particularly sus in the fort right now? Let's find out. Well, it can't be either of them because they're both in prison. Why are you waiting at the edge of the map? Yeah, and most of those problems have solutions. That's the beauty of it. You know what? Brand new theft. Let's interrogate that bard at the edge of the map. Guess should, you know. Also got this human maceman. I'll just watch this Night Stalker. Also, gotta see. No, it wasn't you. It's like a horror movie where a 911 mobile phone works and it rolls credits after 2 minutes, or the game is boring or fun as you make it. It's like a horror movie. And it rolls credits, but after 2 minutes. Oh, I understand what you mean. I don't know what a horror game where where you can just call 911. Or like, I think it's Far Cry 4 where you can just leave at the beginning. Like he asks you to stay and you can just leave and you get credits. Like 7 minutes into the game or something. There's another dwarf in the Wasteland Soldiers. This is another dwarf that came from a different squad. You can make your own squad. There you go. Is it? Oh, was it 5 that happens? Okay, I couldn't remember which Far Cry. I haven't played that Far Cry. The last Far Cry I played was Far Cry 3. You get the secret ending in 4. Okay, well, okay. So there is something that happens if you stay in Far Cry. Anyway, it's like the most interesting thing Far Cry's done, maybe ever. Also, hello and welcome to the stream, Stalking Bro. To be totally fair, I watched the ending to that game on YouTube and never actually finished it myself because when Voss died, the game kind of lost all of its steam. Have I had much success with raids in this game? I haven't really started raiding yet. Because I'm paranoid that the second I send my dwarves out to raid somebody, I'm gonna get attacked by 600 goblins again. But this defensive structure is super efficient, so. What, uninstalling it because you're pissed off at the game because it's not as good as Far Cry 2? Actually, that's the only Far Cry game I finished is Far Cry 2. And I finished it twice. Far Cry 2, fantastic game. Far Cry 3, eh. There's more sus zombies walking into my fort, chat. You 100%ed Far Cry 3 for some reason? Did you have nothing else to play that year? There's somebody on the leaderboards for Cheese Runner named Cheese Wanker. Just thought I'd inform you all of this. All right, well. Met with the subject and appealed to the subject's belief in harmony. Subject valued harmony. No new pertinent information was revealed. Well, I feel like that subject values harmony. How many beak dogs? Holy shit. I could... Chat, don't worry. I can interrogate a turkey. Or a cat. Although if you interrogate a cat, there's a chance that cat attacks the dwarf. Which I think is kind of amusing. Why did I start at the bottom of this list? It was a bad idea. Master Void Hunter. Ooh. Them turkeys got all the gobble, 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 gobble. That's for sure. I do have an exclamation point turkey command for people who give me money. Or I think it's exclamation point gobble is their command. They don't make them like they used to? Well, they do. You just have to go to indie games for that sort of stuff. They're still cool, like survival shooters and shit. But they're not big AAA games. I played 3 and took one look at 4 and I was like, oh, so 4 is 3 with a grappling hook. And then I saw, actually, a grappling hook and, what is it, a wingsuit? Although 3 had a wingsuit for one section. But anyway, it's like, oh, so it's that but with a wingsuit. And then the next one's like, oh, it's that but slightly better graphics and an edgy setting. And then the next one was like, oh, it's that but like slightly better graphics and an edgier setting. This is like, oh, cool. And drugs now. More drugs, rather. Never trust the elves? My mayor's an elf, and they're great. Although they dream of bathing the world in chaos, so I guess that's why you can't trust them. Which, dreams of bathing the world in chaos. I don't know how one acquires that goal, but it's a hell of a lot more fun than making a masterwork someday. Interrogation of Master Void Hunter. Subject was not afraid and refused. Person is highly sus. What year did I start in, Volta? You know you can just ask me, right? And also, I'd know when chat would. This particular year, we started in the year 210 or 212, I think. And we're on 224 now. But the first fortress I actually played in this world was in the year 150. I've played multiple fortresses in this world. So it's still a pretty young world. All right, we went after that. We're too afraid to not comply. Well, at least that one's fine. I finished Far Cry 1 and 2 and didn't finish 3. I made it halfway through 3 and then watched all the cutscenes and was very disappointed. You know, I'm going to do a test run of this because I'm curious about how quickly the thing will drain now. So I'm just going to close these two real quick. We're going to do a test run of the lava thing. So I'm curious about how quickly it fills and how quickly it drains. Because I don't actually need it closed right now. Also need to make sure that this lever works. I don't think I've tested that yet. All right, let's see how quickly this thing fills. We interrogated a dwarf woodcutter Night Stalker. Subject revealed that in the late autumn of 221, they plotted to infiltrate the ancient beard in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. Another one? Another one. All right. Confessed. Well, go to prison. That feels really fast, all things considered. For lava? Considering not all the floodgates are hooked up, that thing feels really quick. Like, that feels real fast. Some migrants have arrived. Brilliant. Dreams of mastering a skill. You brave? Martial powers. Doesn't handle stress well. All right, well, just to prove that the game doesn't care about stress anymore, join the military. Let's watch this film. I'm more curious about how quickly it drains. Fills. Also gonna get all of this stuff melting. Also, hey Darren, how's things? Could just like unscrew that thing up at the top up there. That'll deal with all that. Pile of bones? What bones? These aren't bones. These are dead plants. Because, I mean, some of them are starting to regrow. But I kind of started a bit of a brush fire. So this is all dead plants, not bones. So it's a little slow, but it does fill decently fast, I would say. Hey! Atherbirth was seen being stolen. You has it? Nope. You saw it. Frog saw it. I think maybe this dwarf had it. No? Okay, who took it then? Oh, Thalfon accuses Frog. Frog has it? Ah, Frog is stealing an artifact. We must stop him. And they've passed it to the Master Void Hunter, who is cagey. You know, I'm gonna try and do this without just like killing him. I'm going to immediately... Why am I doing this from the bottom? Interrogate the Master Void Hunter. And we're going to put the whole fortress on lockdown for a mo. Meaning... actually, there's too many dwarves outside. I'll just follow where he goes. Okay, this dwarf still has it. He's trying to pass it off. Whoop, did he pass it off? Ah, it's got it. All right, yeah, we're not gonna have time. Let's kill the thing. Kill them, dwarves. They all jump on top of it. Looks like the adamantine short sword, or the swordmaster slashes the void hunter in the upper body with his adamantine short sword, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the heart. The sword is firmly lodged in the wound. Stabbed him in the chest. Not very efficient. But we did win. And we've retrieved the artifact. And it looks like Frog gets a beating. That's fine. You've seen it but never used it? It's Krug Smash's tile set. This is a very modified version of it, though. I think so, Bo. So Krug Smash drew the original tile set, and various people have modified it. I got my artist to change and update this one. All right, so we do need to change how this thing pumps. Let's go up to here and remove this. Because in order for this to work, I need this to empty out, I think. And we are also going to need to go along here and smooth some of this. Well, I mean, you don't need to be repentant. You're just going to get smacked in the head a couple of times. Are you trying to interrogate someone who's dead? I think you might be. Maybe not. I'm not sure actually where this Void Hunter is. That does fill up quite quick. I guess this needs to be fortifications right here. But in order for this to work, I want that pump to stop. And I want this to be more full. Whoa! All right, well, this guy's been committing crimes since the early autumn of the year 39. But subject corrupted Frog sword searches in order to have an agent in Threatdweller. Met with Frog and made a threat. The plan worked. Frog plotted to steal Rin's scar under the influence of subject. This might be the unidentified creature. Wow. So much unidentified stuff going on there. Also, that leaks. Need to fix that too. All right, well, let's pull the drain. Morning, Pink. How are you? Did I just catch a dwarf on fire? No, it's just Lignite. That's fine. I figured out they do interviews on their own too. Oh, it's true. Maybe. All right, so the pump has ceased, so that's going to completely drain. So now we just need to wait for this to completely drain. Is that how the big brush fire started? The big brush fire started because the first time I drained it, I didn't have the back drain. I just opened this up and just let the brush fire start. It wasn't a concern. I mean, it'll grow back. It's starting to grow back in places. There's a few plants that have popped up. It's going to take a while. A few bug hives and things are starting to spread, like up top here. Like, yeah, no, it'll grow back. Like, it'll grow back eventually. It's just going to take a while. But yeah, no, this right here might actually start a new brush fire, but it's fine. Not too worried about it. Fires don't really hurt frame rate too much anyway, so. Where's that dwarf going? Hauling something, that's for sure. But I need this thing to drain at a reasonable speed and then fill at a reasonable speed. Currently, it's draining, just not at a reasonable speed. Although, this upper area is draining, and I'll be able to open up the other floodgates. I think the answer to that is both yes and no. Volta. Because unplantable areas become plantable when you burn them, but it doesn't make things grow faster or anything. If it's an area where nothing grows, nothing will grow there after you burn it. Although I can't wait until Tarn makes improvements to the farming in Dwarf. The thing that I'm currently very impressed by that I only just learned is all of those gray stones there on the ground. Those are all charcoal. They're lignite. They apparently burn for the better part of a year in real life. And in Dwarf Fortress, they burn for the better part of a year. So I had a bunch in here previously, and I was like, oh no, are those going to just burn forever? And then I looked it up, and oh, turns out they'll burn for a better part of a year. Huh. Right, well, this is down to 7 of 7, but it is draining, so that is good. That is good. Now, this is all still burninated, so meh. Let's just drain it quicker. I'll just need to pull this lever real quick. Dwarves are pretty good at walking around burning stuff. What happened to you? Oh, Frog got a beating. Right! Frog is okay, even after receiving a beating. We got plenty of crutches and whatnot. Speaking of sweet, Dwarf, you might want to move out of the way. All right, anybody want to go lock the door, please? Preferably quickly. And then we can open this door. All right, slam up. Jesus, Dwarf, you stupid! You okay there, bud? The engraver's left lower leg skids along the ground and the part splits into gore. An artery's been opened by the attack. The engraver's left upper leg skids along the ground, bruising the muscle. Are you missing a leg now? I mean, you've been rescued by Raz. Her lower leg is mangled beyond recognition. Ah, you'll be fine. Clumsy, though. That explains a lot. Only got 8 hours left to hit 1 mil before 1,000 hours. Oh, are you trying to hit 1 million tickets before you hit? Huh. Interesting. Might have another brush fire in a moment. All right. Well, we'll just let that all. Vamos. Hey, we're making masterpiece turkey leather. Gotta love it. Hey, woe is me. How is things? I might go do lunch pretty soon, though. I'm live for 6 hours. Time flies. Look at that. Just a little Bernie at the back of the fort. Fortunately, though, this stuff doesn't seem to catch fire from lava. Chat. Video game. Real life. Spot the difference. That looks real cool at night. That's all I'm saying. Well, you're almost there, Diamond. $100,000 at a time, and you'll get there pretty quick. This is fine. Lava's dissipating. All right, so now that this is getting removed, just need it to finish dwibbling out. I want to get those last few floodgates up at the top there filled and ready. The other thing that I kind of want to do, I kind of want to fill this other side here with it too. But in order to do that, you know what? Actually, yeah, I could totally do that. I know exactly how I could hook it up too. I got plenty of power. Time to make another half of this. Why do I have you set to marker only? We build all the way over to here. It's right underneath you. Yeah, we can do that. Is there a premium version I missed or something? What do you mean? What do you mean, like CCP Games, Volta? Those Iceland divs? I mean, the premium version is coming on Steam, but it's not out if that's what you're asking. Not finished. I thought it had a release. No. Clearly you didn't read the dev report if you thought it didn't. Okay, so the download page says Classic because I'm currently playing Dwarf Fortress Classic. Yeah, the most recent release was in January 28th. That's when it last released, was January 28th, 2021 is the most recent patch to Dwarf Fortress. So, no, there wasn't a new release. It says Dwarf Fortress Classic 47.0.5. January 28, 2021. It's said Dwarf Fortress Classic now for maybe a year. Ever since they did the official, like, that's what we're calling free Dwarf Fortress is DF Classic. So, no, you haven't missed anything. But yeah, I check the date whenever you're wondering about that on Bay 12's website. Because that will answer that question real quick for you. Oh, yeah, Unreal World is Finnish. I mean, Unreal World is Finnish. The only game from Iceland that I'm aware of is EVE Online, which is CCP Games. So, literally, that's the only game that I'm aware of that's made in Iceland. So, we're just going to let those dwarves deconstruct that for a bit. And then let's actually increase the priority of this area right here. Let's increase this. Hey, I still have all the stuff to make. Wow, I do still have all of the stuff to make pumps. Perfect. And then, yeah, we'll just build it there, and we'll just build a little thingy in between them, and it'll be fine. And I just need to put the hookup back, and it's all good. We just need to wait for this side to drain, which it's almost done draining. Speaking of draining, how deep's this? 2 of 7. Cool. It's getting there. And autumn has come. Would you look at that? I should play more Unreal World. I've played a little bit of Unreal World, and I kind of bounced off it. Played it a couple of times. It's one of those games that's like, I'd probably enjoy this if I played it more. But I haven't played it more, so don't know if I enjoy this. Now we just sit here and we wait. We wait. You know, is anybody else getting tired of the number of Vampire Survivors clones being released onto Steam? Because for the first couple weeks, I tried to keep count. I've lost count. There's so many. All right. Winter has come. Vampire Survivors. Because it's becoming like an epidemic on Steam. What, being in Finland, you slowly melt in the heat at midnight? Sounds like a song title. Not, I removed it from my Steam account because that game made me mad. That's the only way to describe it. That game made me mad. Oh, that game. So far, the only clone of Vampire Survivors that I enjoyed playing was 20 Minutes Till Dawn, which is fun because you have a shoot button and a dodge button. Or one of the characters has a dodge button, but always seem too difficult to, it always, but you always, oh, I always seem to default to Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Gotcha, yeah. I always bounce off of Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead because I'm really tired of post-apocalyptic zombie games. Like, it's, and I know that CDDA isn't just a zombie game, like there's a lot more to it than that, but I'm so fucking tired of zombie games. Like, ugh. That's all I have to say about that thing. Hey, they picked the worst possible time because I'm currently rebuilding half my trap. But you're welcome to hang out, goblins, on the outside of the base while I finish rebuilding it. There we go. Let's just make sure that the dwarves can still remove construction. Yes, they can. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. You couldn't even finish your last go at it, really? Yeah, I find whenever I have the itch to play something like that, I just end up playing Caves of Cud. It's not quite a survival game, but it's like, I love the theme of that game so much. Oi. Kiddo. Get back inside the fort. I see. I found the one tile that you can go to, probably. Or where you're trying to go to. There's another single tile that you could potentially go to. All right, kiddo, get back into the fort. Kid, child, idiot, moron. Also, this is just a pet peeve of mine, but it bothers me so much when people call it COQ. It's just CUD. Quit calling it COQ. Nobody called it COQ until Seth reviewed it. Now everybody calls it COQ, and it drives me nuts. It's like, that's... it's CUD. It's just CUD. QUD. This kid's gonna be the death of me. Whose kid are you? Well, both of your parents died in the military. CUD is almost too easy. You can make CUD hard for yourself, though. That's the thing with CUD. I mean, if you insist on dying, child, good luck. Good luck. Caves of Duty? Now that's a game I'd play. Sounds like someone just dropped a frying pan upstairs and it was followed by a loud fuck. I heard clunk, clunk, smash, fuck! Hope everybody's okay. Speaking of okay, is anybody coming to pull that lever? Anybody? Nobody? Nobody wants to pull a lever. Does anybody want to rule the world? Dwarves? It would be lovely. Oh, I see. You literally just pulled it. Never mind. That's why. I couldn't see this dwarf. Raz just pulled it. Perfect. Have I tried Urbex City Builder? I love-hate that thing. It's got a lot of small annoyances, which in some ways kind of sort of ruin the game. I'm really sad. Like, I really like that that game exists, and I think it's a really cool baseline. But I really hate that it has no hills. That drives me nuts. And also, while it scratches the city builder itch, it doesn't have anywhere near the mechanical depth of, like, even SimCity 3000, which is a huge fucking bummer if you ask me. That's a massive sad for me. Like, it doesn't, I'm gonna maybe sound like I'm just complaining. It doesn't have pipes. I want my city builders, I want to build sewage systems. It doesn't have pipes. Like, come on, man. SimCity 3000 had sewage systems. So I don't... Yeah, or Jason City. I wish that there was, like, half of the mechanics that old school SimCity had. I have it. I played about 5 hours of it. I like it. I'll probably play some more of it when I feel like playing a city builder. It's not bad, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of the people hyping that game up should go back and just play SimCity 3000 with some mods, because SimCity with 3000 with some mods is phenomenal. And that game is just seems fine. I don't know. No pipes. I need my pipes. Give me pipes. Me want pipes. So that's kind of my feeling on Urbex City Builder. Also, let's see how big this siege is. Oh, wow. They're still getting smaller. Look at this. 180. No 600 gobbies this time. Would you look at that? All right, so you right here. Put a gear assembly, doesn't matter what it's made out of, right there. And then a horizontal axle right there. Then up here, I just need to put that back and the whole thing will kick back into gear. Yeah, I mean, like, I like the, I mean, if you want to play a game like City Skylines by pre-industrial world setting, play Anno. That's the only game I could think of that's sort of like that, but yeah, I don't know. Also, because the walls are shut, I can remove this. Transport Fever is a transport tycoon game. Kind of a different type of game, but yeah. I would say Dawn of Discovery or 1404, depending on what region you're in. Yeah, I don't know. I prefer 1404 / Dawn of Discovery over 1800, but might need to watch it. Incredibles 2 is, I saw it in theaters with my ex. Fine. It's fine. How goes Lava Wall? I'm currently expanding it, and right as I started expanding it, the goblins decided that would be a great time to show up. I had this happen, which I think is genuinely hilarious. My interrogator interrogated a subject and then implicated the interrogator in the crime, which is the first time that's happened. And the real life volcano is shiny. So once I finish rebuilding this and, you know, once I finish rebuilding this, this will be quite a bit more effective, I would say. Just need to dig out that, hook up that floodgate, seal the thing back up, fill the top in with blocks, and then once we're done with all this, then we can let the goblins in and burninate them. Because just like Trogdor, we burninate the everything. If it walks, we can burninate it. Because sometimes, you know, in Dwarf Fortress, we have to respect the good old name of Trogdor. I don't know why, but for me, Homestar Runner and Dwarf Fortress is kind of the same era of the internet. In a lot of ways. Wrong thing. Anything that walks in thatched roof cottages, especially the thatched roof cottages, yeah. They burninate especially well. You know, there's part of me, like, I'm not much of a board game person. I'm kind of sad I didn't buy the Trogdor board game that they made. Wrath of Trogdor, I think was the name of it. Where you either had to play the thatched houses and the things with 2 legs, or you had to play things that walk and thatched houses, or Trogdor, and the goal of the game was either stop Trogdor from burninating everything, or beat Trogdor and burninate everything. Kinda sad I didn't buy that. Got you into old school games in middle school, and you have to give it a lot of credit. You know, I think that, like, people in their mid-20s / 30s right now, we culturally owe Homestar Runner a lot. It's like, what is your generation's culture? Homestar Runner. All right, let's just close this real quick. And open this. Used to huddle around a lappy on Mondays for the new SP email every week. Was it Monday? I can't remember what day of the week it was. I watched all that stuff later. And being blamed for everything that goes wrong. A section of stuff has collapsed. Well, that's not good. How many casualties? Well, one dwarf just, like, fell through a floor. I think that's the floor that you fell through. Let's hope everybody's okay. This is what I get for constructing over areas that I'm deconstructing. Raz, you good? Cutest, you good? Your leg's bruised. Oh, you're fine. Bruising is an acceptable injury. Also, hi, Disco. Oh no! Dwarven child has been found dead. I mean, that's what you get for playing make-believe outside during a goblin siege. What can I say? Ah, there it is. Tele B is linking a building to trigger. Perfect. With college kids and the apartment was aptly named. Yeah, see, this is, I've just got to be honest with you, Aqua. I feel like I completely missed that part of life. It's like I moved in with my girlfriend at the time, right when I turned 18. And just completely missed having any sort of life like what you just said. I completely missed that. I'm kind of sad about that. I need a dwarf with architecture. I don't know. I feel like everybody has some sort of story about living with roommates in a crappy apartment with some dumb nickname and getting up to shenanigans. And then there's me where it's like, what was your young adult life like? Well, I had a full-time job at 16. And then my childhood ended. I've just been an adult ever since, and now I have no friends. Well, that's absolutely not true. But I've got very few friends and don't really do anything interesting. Okay, here comes the architect. Yeah, I had that time, and then your fiance dumped you before you got the chance. Yeah, no, for me, by the time my ex slash fiance, I guess, I don't know, my ex dumped me. I don't think she deserves that much respect to be called my ex fiance. Anyway, by the time my ex dumped me, yeah, that shit was all over. Don't get engaged at 19. I didn't get engaged at 19. I got engaged at 24. Still ended the same way. Same results. All right, now we just need to fill in the top side up here. It's like now I have the cool job, but the cool job makes it really difficult to make friends and get accepted by normal society because outside of small children, when people hear that I do what I do for a living, their response generally is, so you play video games all day? And then stop talking to me. I've got a few instances of making friends, but it's very rare. Baby wasn't even yours at 17. Good Lord. Is it a fair question to ask how that turned out? Because that seems like a lot of life decisions to be made at 17. Getting engaged to a pregnant girl whose baby wasn't even yours. Like, if the baby was yours, that makes perfect sense. That's like the mature thing to do. She dumped you? Oh, well, okay, so she made your job easy. Good for her. Yeah, I hate children, so I would pay child support over getting married to something that I accidentally did that. Send her a thank you card. Thanks, by the way, smiley face. Just like no context, don't remind her who you are or anything, don't address it, just thanks. What's this postcard? Over 500,000 in 18 years. I believe it. I'm just never having children. Give me a year and I won't have kids ever. Screw that. She's been married 3 times since. I have a question. How do you know that? Or why do you know that she's been married 3 times since? Is this just a I'm still friends with her on Facebook situation and you keep going, oh, brother, when that happens? Or like how do you find out that she's been married 3 times? Like I've encountered my ex who I was engaged with once since the last time I delivered stuff to her that she left in my apartment. And that was on public transit. And she pretended to not look at me. Oh, on your recommended friends on Facebook. Okay, fair enough. So it is Facebook. It's always Facebook. 3 times. My God, though. Wow. Well done. Well done dodging that wrecking ball. All right, let's start sealing this shit up. And then the other thing I gotta do is put a cork in this. Because right there is going to leak. The problem is, if I deconstruct that, the goblins can get in the fort. Oh. It's okay, I've got a secondary option. But I have to wait a little bit longer. Oh, you were engaged to my sister, says Diamond. Yeah, I don't know. My entire family was really boring. Older sister just got married. Younger sister planning to get married. No. I can't even make that joke. Official exam. Nerves of you knowing that she was in the seat behind your back. Did you fail the exam? Really? Huh. You'd think that she would know that you're there due to seating assignments, but right, so I'm gonna have one thing to hook up to this, and then we just press go. Let's pull this lever twice just to make sure it all works. Yep. We good. I still don't have all the ones on the right side hooked up, but that's okay. They don't need to be. Lever's been put back. Top side's almost full. That's a very strange thing to say, Diamond. That's all I have to say to that. All right. Yeah, there's been some new names in chat recently. It's been nice. Quite a few people coming over from YouTube, and I think general excitement from just Dwarf Fortress right now. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is getting close to release. That is true. Which makes things exciting. Come on. I kind of want this siege to be done, because after this siege is done, I'm going to go get lunch. So I'm just sitting here going like, all right. That, or I just, you know what, chat, it's going to take me 2 minutes. I'm just going to pause the game for a little bit here, and we're just going to zoom out. I'm just going to real quick go get me food. I'm hungry. I need a sandwich. I'll be back in like a minute. A little bit more than a minute. I need to go stab my finger and give myself an injection. But when I come back, we will finish this siege. All right. So everybody, if you need to take like a toilet break, do that now. If you need water, go get water. You need a snack, get a snack. I'm gonna plop a marker in chat so I know where to cut the VOD. When we come back, we will finish out the siege and play a couple more years of this fort, and then I'll play other games this evening. If you want to, support the stream directly and get in the credits of some of my YouTube videos, there's a link to the Patreon. And if you want to watch other things I do, there's a link to the YouTube. But I will be back in a couple minutes, like I said. And when I get back, we'll carry on. Thanks for hanging out, chat. You're awesome.